Welcome everybody here, Brady from BGWX. We are live breaking down the snow potential for this weekend here. Things are pretty interesting. We got a lot to talk about. I think we have a good chance to do something that we haven't done in a minute here. We got a lot to discuss. We're gonna get through. We'll appreciate all the new people that subscribed and came over from Gerald's stream. Don't worry if you hear the music now. We just like to keep it in the very beginning, just to set a mood a little bit. Helps boost my mood, I know, at least. So don't worry if it's a little loud now. It's on purpose. But we'll get going here in a second. We're gonna wait for some people to filter in here, and we'll get started. Let me get YouTube chat up going here, and I'll share the stream. Um, Kevin, how we doing? Bermani, welcome. Michael Phillips, welcome as well. All right, let me share the link here to X. RHP, how we doing? Shout out all the members that we have. Shout out all the people that gifted members. If you want to be the nicest person ever possible, you can gift memberships to people. Certainly possible you can do. Again, don't mind the music in the background being louder at the moment. We always start that way. I always get usually someone saying the music is loud. It's on purpose in the beginning. Um, we're not really talking about much at this second yet. We're going to very soon though. In a second, just waiting for people to filter in. All right, put the link there in X. The meteorologist as well. Will that escalate? Celtic Supreme. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think we've always had the good potential here to get this, as we said. I mean, Rich, how we doing, my man? And yeah, Kevin, it's absolutely. We were talking about it last night. I'm not sure if you were here at that time, but cold, very, very cold. It's going to be cold tomorrow. First of all, very, very cold, extreme bitter cold. Yeah, we'll answer questions here soon. Don't worry, DJ Slingman. Joe Naher, how we doing? Doing fantastic. Still a little under the weather here, but we're gonna do our best to power through. We need a lot of sips, but and yeah, we're gonna have some pretty impressive cold. Bloody, how we doing? Brady, everything coming to what you said 1 week ago. I know. I have a lot riding here on my long range forecasting here. 8 days ago, 8 days ago, guys, we called this one and said that we think we're gonna get a snowstorm. and we did not, we did not waver. As many of you know, had some people saying Wishcaster, what's with all the hype? You trolling, and it's or I'm just again, most of you are pretty nice, but some people are just resort to that, and sure enough, we got I think we got a good chance here. So, but we're not going to play Monday morning quarterback here and act like everything is automatically guaranteed. But I'm pretty I'm pretty confident here in how this is how I think this could play out here. So we're gonna give it another second here, and we'll get going. Um, Still pissed the Euro and the GFS are being stubborn. Yeah, well, models are going to model. We'll see. The zero Z GFS, in my opinion, was a little bit better than I think some people think would realize, at least on the upper levels. Um, and we're going to talk about why this setup. I listen. I know we're not there yet with some guidance, but there's not necessarily a limit here to how much there is, but there isn't to how much room there is for this to amplify. I think there really isn't necessarily a true hard press on this system that could prevent that can stop a northwest trend. The only thing really stopping this is a significant consolidation issues, or everything is so positively tilted for too long that things could go wrong, and we'll discuss that. But okay, we'll get going. Let's get going here. We got our people in now. Again, if you don't mind hitting the like, you're now able to super chat. You're able to do that as well if you would like. And by no means necessary. I put a goal there just to incentivize, but it's nowhere near necessary. Don't feel obligated. And channel memberships are also available if you choose to do so as well. You can definitely feel free to do that. Eric Webb, yeah, and he's talking about with the Carolinas focus. Eric Webb, very great mind. Um, yeah, so he's got some he's got some good knowledge for sure. Um, I'm not sure he likes me all that much, um, but I don't think we've ever really had that interaction. But yeah, he's very smart. He provides some good perspective on things. But in regards to our weekend system here, we'll break this down, and you just know where my mind is so scattered like that we typed in the weekend because I said it. Okay, got my chat lined up so I can see it. Cobweb. Also, if you want something crazy on the 240-hour GFS, you know what? Why don't we start with that, Kevin? Because that is more fun. It sounds like. If you want to look at the 18Z Euro AI, GFS AI, sorry, you can get something crazy too. You love to see it. You'll love to see it. That is insane, though. That would remind me of March 2018. Is what that would remind me of. That'd be some fun. That is absurd. What is it? How low does that get? I can't even see. It's so dark I can't even see. I can't see it. This is the first time I think I've never been able to see what a low pressure is. 945. Oh man, that's pretty fun. But we'll go. All that is just a connection to that storm that we've been talking about in the long range. That means nothing. But I guess we can start with the GFS. Why not? But my point here that I've been watching here, guys, is to, first of all, if we look at the upper levels. One thing that's interesting about the GFS is all guidance has been trending more favorably with what's been actually not all, but a lot of guidance, most guidance. As somebody just is driving at least 40, 50 miles an hour down the street on a motorcycle, very loud. Yeah, I doubt you could hear that, but pretty much all guidance here has been trending favorably with this piece. We're going to kind of skip what's going on at the moment, even though it plays a factor, and there are some things that are connected. We're gonna skip just a little bit to focus on what I want to focus on. Especially GFS's AI has been showing this, and I trust that more than the GFS when it comes to sampling and identifying what happens here. The GFS, what it's now doing after not originally, actually, the GFS originally was so far north with this piece that what we were getting is we had no impact on this, and it was just this system here. There was nothing coming in from behind, and it was just this allowing to just ride up and amplify, and there was nothing really stopping it from amplifying, and that's what we see here. Now this kicker piece is here, but you see what it's working. It's starting. It's semi-favorable, but not really. It's working still just a little bit to push too much. But what you get here on this run, no, the RGM is not too far. RGM is just the same as the Canadian, just a higher res model. But what you see here, Bermani, welcome to the Winter Lover Club. Glad to have you. Shout out all the members. It's greatly appreciated. Bermani, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. It's extremely nice of you to do. I don't have any expectation for people to do that, but when you do, it's an incredible show of support, and I don't take it for granted. So I'll try to show you extra support as well for those that do. Am I having audio issues? I hope I'm okay. I hope I'm okay. Let me I think I should be fine. I could be wrong. You guys let me know if the audio is off, but I'll keep talking until then. But here with the GFS is a lot of guidance has been showing. Okay, thank you, RHP. Kevin, you dirty little. No, I'm just kidding. No. Kevin, fix your audio. Fix your audio, Kevin. You had me scared for a second there on a big stream too. But take a look at the AI GFS then. You see what it's doing with this piece versus the GFS? You see how it's kind of, the GFS is kind of holding that back. And I think the GFS, it's taking its time to work with this piece so that it works more favorably. And the TPV here, GFS is not going to do better than AI guidance with this. It just is not going to do better. Flat out won't. Also, if you don't mind hitting the like, if you're in here, very much appreciated. Not necessary as well. But what the GFS does here is it has this TPV pressing on our height lines a little bit here. Meanwhile, take a look at the GFS AI. No, you're fine, Kevin. You see the difference? This pulls back a little bit more. And this is kind of aiding into the system. What you want on this back piece here, I know I feel like we're getting into it here. Bubba News, welcome. Appreciate you coming in. Long time subscriber he is. So shout out my man. I think from Indiana, if I remember correctly. But what we want here, guys, is we want this to dig more vertically. This piece here, this lobe off the TPV, this is Arctic Air too, by the way. And this is what's only going to enhance the baroclinic zone. This will only enhance the potential here with this system, I think, because it's just wrapping in more cold air to the backside to help meet up with what's going on here. As long as this piece doesn't go across here and it comes in from behind, this is only going to minor pause, but if this comes in from behind here, this piece, what it's going to do is it's only going to aid in the amplification. So the more I'm fine with this digging down quicker. I have no problem. Originally, I was like, I hope this doesn't get in the way. Let's hope this stays back. Now what we have though is we have guidance showing a clear solution. As my puppy comes to say hello, he's looking at the chat right now, believe it or not. As a golden retriever Tatum, you can go look at, there's a bunch of videos on him on my shorts feed and my videos if you want to know what he looks like. But in regards to this piece, the more vertically this digs down, the more this is only going to enhance, right? Imagine this piece working as a phase almost. Imagine it's these two pieces coming together for a phase, because that's what this is going to turn into eventually now. Because you see what happens? That just works to help it almost enhance and create a mini phase, so to say, with the system. There's a stream interaction that happens here, and as long as this doesn't press from here and it comes in from behind, like the AI guidance is consistently showing, and I think the Canadian as well, I might be wrong on that, you're going to get you're going to get a snowstorm out of this, because the system wants to amplify, guys. It's digging into deep southern tropical moisture here. We're going to pull up our sea surface temperature chart as well. We're going to reference that again because I think that's going to play a part. Hey, Tatum, get away from there. There we go. Come here. Come here. Good boy. But what this is going to do here is this system wants to amplify. And I'm going to pull up the tweet at some point here. Remind me. February 5th, 2016 was a good analog. Shout out our man Kevin, who scared me with the audio problems there for a second. But similar setup in the sense where it's this positively tilted, single long, kind of almost sheared out to start, upper level vort energy. And we have a little bit more cold air in place this time, which is good news. But with this system here, what this allows it to do now is it allows these height lines to build. And right here, you can almost call it confluence out ahead if you imagine it working like this. You just tilt the axis and imagine it being like this versus that. You can kind of view it as its own little confluence piece out ahead. But really, it's just the upper level energy that's connected to our system here is really all it is. But it's kind of working as a confluence from behind. And the more these height lines build and the more this backs off, at any point here, it doesn't need to be the whole thing. It at least needs to be enough somewhere along this. What you're going to do is you're going to allow these height lines to build. And you're going to allow this to be able to swing up north quicker. And you're going to allow yourself to back the flow off the Atlantic. You're going to pull in more moisture. So the more you dig this system, I'm fine with that. If we continue to dig even a little bit more, I'm perfectly fine like that. As long as we're not digging like this. We want to dig like this. We want to dig vertically, not horizontally. Now we can dig horizontally as long as those height lines give enough time for this to swing around. Then we can certainly do that. Another thing I notice, especially the AI guidance, especially the GFS AI, this system here, you know what that system is? That's our current system that we were tracking. See that? Models, that process there, guys, this needs to still get that still needs to happen. This is a critical part. This is a critical part for models to figure out. The amplification processes of such a strong storm is always very difficult. Think about any massive strong storm that we've had in our time frame and how the struggles of what actually happened versus what was forecasted even a day or two prior. Bermani Tatum left. He does not see your post. I'm sorry. He's now behind the chat, unfortunately. But think about that and think about what actually happened. So now apply that to this sense. This is going to be this is an incredibly strong storm. This is turning into in the North Atlantic. And what we've trended towards is in this process, as we've seen the amplification today, is we've seen this get out of town a little bit quicker, and we've seen more stream separation between the two. And what that does is instead of elongating and shearing, it allows us to back up and allows these height lines to rise a little bit more. You see these height lines here? Allows them to build a little bit out ahead and out in front. And that allows us to swing around a little bit more efficiently as well. See if the GFS is picking up on that as well. Indeed it is. You see that? See the separation here? See the separation a little bit between that? But still trying to hold on a little bit. And GFS hasn't figured out this piece and this piece yet. When it does, I think it will show a snowstorm potentially. At least that's the theory. Any opinions on the RRFS model? I don't think it's been great, but Noah's trying to work on it, take over from the name eventually. Yeah, I don't. Good luck, Noah. That model hasn't really found any true consistency with. I don't trust any mesoscale model beyond like 6 hours, and even then I don't trust it for other than banding besides the RGM, because that's really just the Canadian at a little bit of a higher resolution. And not the high-res RGM, the regular 10K RGM. And so I got to mention, though, Saturday, guys. This is sneaky here. This is very sneaky what happens out ahead. So before we get any more into the big prize here, we're kind of a little discombobulated, but take a look at our jet streak. Every guidance model has this. There's Euro. Euro AI does not. It's 200 millibar, whatever. Every piece of model guidance has this. It's this jet streak that gets going out ahead here. I should back it up a little bit. It's this jet streak that gets going here, and that's going to support some overrunning snow initially. Right, narrow corridor. It's going to be a narrow corridor, guys, Saturday, but it's very, very sneaky. And this same, remember, we're parallel with the upper level energy here. Help support maybe even if it's minimal, some slantwise convection, meaning a more favorable opportunity here to get some decent banding to result out of this. That's really all the takeaway is. That's really all the takeaway is. There's the potential for some notable banding, I think, on Saturday. Temperatures will be marginal, but snow is snow. This is just the precursor. This is part one of the system here. This is part one, and it's along the same upper level energy. This is just the top of the trough here. This is towards the top of the upper level energy, and this is the base kind of. And this is what's going to swing around here and produce what we think, at least I think, a snowstorm. But this is part one here. I appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you for tuning in. We'll discuss Long Island. It's not just anybody from Long Island knows. It's not Long Island. It's Long Island. Okay, it's all one word. Dried muffin. It's great seeing your channel do so great. I remember watching your streams when I only had 50 subscribers or so. I think maybe I had a little bit more. Maybe not. I mean, I had 50 at some point. But yeah, we were stuck on 200 to 300 for a while, and then last year we decided, you know what, we're gonna put some more effort into the YouTube aspect of it, and I think it's paid off here. So it gave me a space when I got tired of X as well to be able to do that. So And I want to talk about this, what's going on, because you see how the height lines just they rise so easily, and that almost kind of confluence piece fades there. So, and I find that very interesting. We're going to talk about that in a second, but I can't skip Saturday because this is going to produce snow, and not many people are talking about it and expecting it, and it's going to produce some notable snow. And I really think there could be a nice corridor down here, maybe more. Okay, I think along the Appalachians here, I'd expect a good 1 to 3 inches out of this potentially here. Maybe a little bit more in some of those West Virginia mountains there. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains. Great song. But as we progress throughout the run, you can notice this is going to shift here. We're going to narrow corridor of snowfall. I feel like here. Not I feel like I know. Southeastern New England, coastal places, not as much. Maybe eastern line of Long Island, Block Island as well. Probably not. Well, Maryland for this. This is not this. This is not the main show here for this system here. But could so yeah. I mean, so come some places here into the Mid Atlantic could absolutely do so. Could be a little bit. You can see this just on the other side here of the Appalachians. Maybe maybe there could be a little bit of subsidence, but Northeast PA, Jersey, New York City, Connecticut, Hudson Valley, Capital District, pretty much all of New England here is in line for it's not quite a mini snowstorm, but it's going to be a solid snow event. I mean, Eastern Maine, down East Maine could get almost a snowstorm out of this potentially, just because it's going to amplify a little bit. But you can see that's the precursor for then what happens. You see that? That's the snowstorm there. But what we get out of this is a pretty neat mesoscale event here. It's a pretty neat mesoscale event, and it's gonna. I think, especially if you have elevation, that won't hurt because the warm tongue here is from the surface in the low levels here. It's not necessarily the upper levels. The paraclinic zone is more forced from the surface here. Surface warmth out ahead from the high pressure, as you can see here. And this is going to tap into some moisture feed off the Atlantic here. It's overrunning precip out ahead of the main upper level energy. And this upper level energy helps get enough forcing going here with this jet streak combined overhead. That's going to allow this to produce some snow. Coastal places, yes, it's good. Listen, it's not a major accumulating event, but you need stuff like this in order to add to the seasonal. As you all know, we've talked about this before. It can be freaking essential in some seasons to get these little events out ahead. And this won't be little for some people. This will be like a moderate snow event, not a snowstorm, but this will be a good snow event for some people, especially northwest of 95. Right in here. This is where I'd be looking. Interior, southern New England, and central New England, and Maine. Maybe even into northern New England as well, with this overrunning precip here. And you'll do pretty well, I think, just off the lakes as well. Some places here, you'll get lake enhancement. You'll get lake enhancement off the lakes, the flow here, and that will help increase lift in these places here. And this is also closer to where the upper level energy will be as well. So on Saturday, this is going to be pretty neat here. You're going to get a nice little, I'm telling you, not many people are going to talk about it. They're not. But you're going to get a nice, some places are going to get a nice 1 to 3, 3 to 6. And people are going to be like, how did that happen? It's pretty simple. The overrunning precip out ahead and your favorable jet streak dynamics help support that. Every model has this. See the Euro, I mean, that is all borderline snowstorm for some places on that. Look at that. That's just Saturday. That's just Saturday. That's just Saturday right there. Look at that. That's Kachera. 10 to 1 is higher probably in some places. No, it's not. It means temps must be all right. But you see that? Even the Euro showing that. And this is almost a snowstorm for some places here. This is just Saturday. It's part 1. So it's whoever gets the best of both here is going to make out with the highest totals. Now, it's up to you if you want to separate or combine the two. This is part of the same system. So it's part of the same upper level energy. So I'm probably going to combine the total I don't know how the NWS will do it. I'll send them whatever I get, but you can get the general idea here that, yeah, a good 1 to 3, 3 to 6 could come out of this. I would say, more 1 to 3, more 1 to 3 here, and then more 2 to 5, 3 to 6 through these places here. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with the snow map yet, if I'm going to combine them or not. Because if I do that and the system's not coming yet for like another, at that point, I would have to make like the snow map like almost tomorrow night, Saturday morning. That'll be tricky. I might have to do the snow map in 2 parts for the sake of it, but that's probably what I'm going to do. And so you get this nice little event, and every model has it. Every model has it. So that's something I'm noticing here with Saturday. Now, we'll watch carefully here. We'll watch. Now there's a chance if some guidance is overdoing how much overrunning can get going initially, and some of that will get more reserved, then this could be a little bit lower as well. But I think a general 1 to 4 across much of the area, and with maybe a swath or multiple swaths of 3 to 6 as you move more into New England, Capital District, those higher elevations of southern New England, especially as well, should be able to get a little bit more. Yeah, I would assume so. This seems like a good bet for the best totals here. Northwest of 95 seems like a decent bet. Some of those northern Rhode Island hills might be able to do all right. And so this is what creates I think a good precursor for the event. And so what this does, in my opinion, is I'll show you something kind of neat here, hopefully. You notice what this does, though? Look what this does. You see the baroclinic zone that gets created out ahead here. You see that? You notice that well, you have one here, obviously, but this is the main baroclinic zone here. Your 850s. This is out ahead of the system now. You see that? In theory, this is a precursor for where your baroclinic zone is going to set up around. Now, not exactly, but this, I think, is going to hold some gravity and wanting to get pulled northward along this. On Saturday for Trenton, New Jersey, probably not a lot. Coding to a 1 at best, and he might be rain. We'll discuss New York City. We'll discuss everywhere, and don't worry, guys. We'll get to that. Don't worry. But I think this sets up. This is a precursor here for eventually, and you can see how cold. You see this Arctic air? That's going to press against this, and man, there's going to be some good frontogenesis potential, I think, here, guys. But you see that other piece that comes in on the backside? Look at the Arctic air associated with this. So the more vertical and the more this digs in, the more this only enhances the baroclinic zone potentially. And the more this only probably it could work to amplify our system. If it works in more here, it's going to push it more instead. And it will zoom out quicker. There'll be less precipitation. You still could get a hit. You still could, but it would be maybe be a little bit less. And the RGM is kind of an in-between of that, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the RGM, guys, the RGM is a hit, and it doesn't even get this piece like the rest. The Canadian is not the same. You'll see this here. Look at this. You see that difference? the RGM does that without even interacting with that piece. That's impressive. That's a good. That's what we want to see. That the fact that this piece isn't even diving in super favorably, and you still get the snowstorm. That's impressive for the event there. Surprised at how much the RGM slows down too on that run. The GCF, is that a model? Or I've never heard of that before. On Saturday, no, I think at most 1 to 3 inches for Central Jersey on Saturday, at most. But I would say, coating to an inch or two, with and you may not even get that if you're just rain. So keep an eye. Euro 12Z today has highs of -10 degrees, 10 or so days out. I'm telling you, we're getting really cold here, really cold. And anytime you get a fresh injection of like true Arctic air, immediately you got to start getting those antennas up, and it lines up with the storm period after that. I'm keeping an eye on, 23rd to 27th, and you guys think for if we've been talking about this one for 8 days, I've been mentioning it for the last 8 days now. I've been mentioning this thing, and actually, I think even before that. I think it's been almost nearly. We could go back. It's been 11 days, maybe. No, not that long. Maybe 9 or 10. We've really been talking about for this for a while. And about 8-9 days ago, or so, we were talking about the 23rd to 27th system, just with the Bering Strait teleconnection. And I was assuming that we're going to have a pretty good pattern, like I think we are. And but I will say, in the long range, I would worry about anytime you get that strong of an Arctic air injection, suppression is always a risk. And for the south, that's what you want to hear. Mid-Atlantic maybe too, but for the Northeast, not necessarily. But if we get really good amplification in the pattern, we get good downstream troughing and ridging just enough, then maybe we can pull it off. All right, let's see what our friend the Euro AI does. Hey, I don't love the northern. Well, do I? It's a little bit more vertical. I do like how it's digging more. I do like the height lines rising. I just don't love how it's put. You see how it's? I don't love what happened up here on this run. At least at first glance. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Yeah. Well, I like that it's more vertical, but hold up. Let me let it. I like that it's more vertical. So let me see it out first. Okay. Okay. That is digging more. It's taking a little bit more time. So I like more dig. And look at that. Kind of slow down the system a little bit. You see that? Holds back more. I like slower. I just don't think that that piece was able to as effectively on the backside kick in. Or height lines just weren't as high out ahead. But I mean, it's separated more here. I mean, I do like a lot. I like a lot about this run here. I do. So the Atlantic Ridge was just slightly weaker. That was the only difference. Atlantic Ridge was slightly weaker. That was the only difference. Everything else was better. Everything else was better. The Atlantic Ridge was just slightly weaker. And if the Atlantic Ridge was the factor and not the upper level energy, I can work with that. Because that will almost always trend a little bit stronger in the shorter range as well. But that's a solid spot right there. And I doubt, to be honest, if I'm going to be real here, I would be shocked if the system is in between the thermal gradients. It is in between the sea surface temperature. You have like one down here, and you have one like here. And I would be shocked if it would be in between these. In my opinion, better shot to ride this gradient here. I think a better shot to ride that. So I'd expect, I honestly think I think the upper level energy looks fantastic. I think the upper level energy is almost in a great spot. You see that? Yeah, it's a little bit, the height lines are a little bit, it's deeper, but the height lines are a little bit more suppressed here. And I think that has to do with the Atlantic ridging. Let me check if there's anything else that has to do with. Yep, it's the Atlantic ridging. I think that was the difference. That and the TPV piece. This right here was a little bit pressed a little bit more. Just barely, the orientation. Would love this to be just a little bit. How does this compare to the GFS AI? Yeah, you see this is a little bit higher up. This is a little bit higher up, so this isn't coming down as fast, quite as fast. And that, honestly, that's a specific piece that I'm not sure even that far away. I'm really not sure this will model. If it's this far away, I'm really not sure this will matter so much in the end. And we'll see maybe it resolve itself. Yeah, appreciate everybody that's liked the stream. Feel to do so. How you doing, Hidden Mega? How we doing? Daniel, if you don't mind spamming, it would be helpful. It's not helpful. If you don't mind. But yeah, I mean, I like. I mean, I like a lot of this run. I like a lot of this run. Just this was pressing slightly more, and this was slightly off. But don't. Hopefully, you didn't time him out though. Don't. He's pretty respectful. So. And then yeah, we got the Euro coming up here as well. So we'll see what this does. Initially, I think this is going to come a little bit further. No, he just was spamming. He just wanted to spam to get his message out there. I'm not really. He seemed pretty nice. He just wanted to know his spots. Okay, Kev. Come back in, my man, Daniel. Don't or you can keep listening. Just don't want to spam the chat too much there. All right, let's see here. Let it rain. I gotta work the weekend. Sorry, Phil. You're alone. You're alone in that aspect. Okay, here. Will this go out North America as well? Yeah, it will. No, that's fine. No, I don't know. I liked deleting the messages. I didn't want to time them out. You seemed respectful. Don't worry about it, Kevin. Okay. At first, I like what this piece is doing a little bit more. It's doing less of that, a little bit more of that. See how this gets pulled back a little bit more too? Let's check in our Atlantic Ridge. I mean, look at that upper level energy for Saturday there. Maine could get some pretty good snowfall out of that, I'm telling you. Of course, it doesn't load out that far. The preset map. Alrighty. Yep. I think the euro is going to come a little bit further northwest here, at least a little bit. Maybe it's not major. It could be a slow cave if it does. But I would lean right now towards this coming a little bit further northwest on this run here. But still some work to do. A lot of work. This is just not close to anything else. It's that's just that piece. It's not handling that all that close. Even the GFS, you see. Compare that to Canadian even. Well, Canadian's actually doing something similar with that piece, but Canadian also holds. Canadian is a little bit different than what happens aloft. Yeah, I think this is going to come a little bit further northwest here. Atlantic Ridge a little bit stronger here. Reminds me of the December 2nd storm. Every model was north, and the Euro was stubborn on the southern track and was wrong in the end. Not a bad connection there. Obviously, a different, I think a different setup, rather different setup, but. And right now, I'm thinking about: do I make a threat map, at least for Saturday, at a minimum? What do you think, guys? Should I make a threat map? You think I should make one tonight? I'm debating it. I'd be making one before anybody else, that's for sure. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Euro. So how come so much model disagreement when all the models have data not? Hope you're doing good, my friend. Thanks, big boy. It's because all models have. It's like, why are all humans different? Right? It's because they're just their brain, how they were born. Everybody's special. They're unique. They're different. These models were all made different. They're all made unique to how they were made. So they're going to produce a different result. At the beginning of their lives, they're all going to do very similar things, right? But as they grow up and as they get farther, they're going to go off to all do different things. They're not all going to do the same thing, just like the models. The farther out they go, the more disagreement you get. And there's really not as much disagreement as you think. There's really not, to be honest. It's just a matter of the model in the surface maps and the upper level energy. It's little differences that make big differences. that make big differences. Yeah. This bad boy is going to be a coastal scraper. Look at that. Look at the last 3 runs. Last 3 runs. Look at that. See that? Slow cave from the Euro here. Look what it does on Saturday. That's almost a snowstorm. Look at that. Saturday is I'm telling you guys, sneaky. One to 3 inches all through here, and produces 3 to 6. Basically, I-84 in northwest and 95, and then you get a coating of an inch along and to the south, coating to 2. That's just the Euro. And this is why, in my opinion, if you want you want a hot take, is coastal places are not best in line for this for to get the most snow. If we combine both systems, especially, and maybe even Monday. I know that might be a hot take, but that's what I honestly think. Not that the places still can't do well, and we're going to discuss some of the specifics upcoming here after the model runs finish. I do have some concerns for some coastal places with this, and you may be thinking, huh? But we're going to discuss it. We're going to discuss it. But it's because some interior places here are going to get snow on Saturday, and then they're also going to get snow on Sunday, I think, as well. And whoever gets the best of both worlds, I mean, I mean, between both systems, it could end up being, it could end up being double-digit snowfall for some places here. We're able to get both snowstorms to convert, maybe more, than just actually. I mean, it can't get more than double digits, but I'll be up in southern Vermont for this weekend, feeling quite a high ceiling for Saturday up there in elevation. Oh yeah, southern Vermont. There's not much. I think there's a couple places to go for skiing, but big boy, hoping I get something here, Western Maryland. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you'll get something here from this, especially Saturday. But yeah, southern Vermont here is probably in one of the best spots. Southern Vermont, Western Mass, Northwest Connecticut. Really, this whole area here is in a really good spot, I would say. Basically, along 495, I-90, probably just above the elevation for ratio purposes, not because you won't see snow. Northwest Connecticut here. Monadnock, I struggle with this. Sorry, I had a stutter growing up, so I can't say everything, but the Monadnock region, close enough. So southwestern New Hampshire is the easiest way to say it, right in here. And then there's all these areas, and then you get your own snowstorm here in Maine, maybe even. It's like a mini snowstorm. You'll get 3 to 6, 4 to 8 up into here. Just because the upper level low is being, it's a strengthening upper level low, guys. It's a strengthening upper level low. Take a look. You see what you got going on here? Look at the upper level low. That's almost the snake tongue look right there. Boom. Maine gets crushed Saturday night. 3 to 3. I mean, when I say crushed, I mean relative to the event. Right there, right along the upper level low, and just to the southeast. Initially to the southeast, being so. Why is it just to the southeast here? It's because look at the progressive nature. and it's overrunning. It's out ahead. And then the farther northeast, because it's going to get amplified, the upper level low. And initially Saturday morning, it's going to break out some places here too. So really this entire area here, Saturday, Friday night, Saturday morning is going to pick up accumulating snowfall, anywhere from coating to a couple inches to 1 to 3 to 3 to 6 is the general idea. And the progression, the further northeast you get, the more potential for snowfall. Let's see how this finishes here, and it's just so dang close now. So dang close, it just can't wrap up just enough. I'm telling you, it's this piece here. I'm telling you, I think that's all that's left, or at least biggest thing left to correct here. But take a look at that difference. That's a notable change right there. That's a very notable change. And you can already see the P-type map probably adjusting. See that? And I wonder how far south we're going to be talking snow here. Oh, here's what I was going to show you. While we let that P-type map run out. We talked about this last night. Here's why I think I'm gonna say this right now. I think we get a snowstorm Sunday. That's where I'm leaning right now. Like 70-30, I would say. If I had to put probabilities on it. That's kind of where I'm leaning. Honestly, maybe 75-25. I'd say probably closer to 75-25. Somewhere around there. 70-30, 75-20. Somewhere between 75-25, 70-30. This is the key in my opinion. This is, or not the key, but a key. You could get a hurricane in the Gulf right now. That's how warm the sea surface temperatures are out there right now. A few degrees above average out here. I mean, you could, and this could support tropical. You could get a tropical storm if you had no wind shear in the Gulf and you had lots of moisture. You could get a hurricane out there, tropical storm right now. That's how warm a lot of those waters are right now. But also notice the temperature gradient that will force here is probably going to want to create a baroclinic zone to try to form off these warm waters. That's going to get pulled in because remember how deep in digging our trough is going to get here. Man, I wish South Central Kentucky would get snow out of this. I wish you could too, Aqua Murray, but it doesn't always line up here. I don't think you're in line for this setup, but keep an eye on late next week. You might have a chance there. So keep an eye on that, Aqua Marie. But in regards to back to the system here, what I'm talking about, you're gonna pull up this warm waters out of the Gulf, and look how warm you are in the Caribbean, guys. 28 degrees Celsius, East Pac 29 degrees Celsius. These are supportive for a major hurricane. These could support a major hurricane. That's how warm, especially these waters here, could do. And you're going to get a little bit of moisture tap across here. Little bit of moisture tap all from down in deep in here. You're going way into the tropics here, just due to the dig of the trough. I'll show you here. And I'll show you, though, that we're above average as well in these places. You see that? Well above average across a lot of these places here. But you see how much we're digging this trough here? This is the key. And this is why I think we can get a good snowstorm out of this, in my opinion. Not just a snowstorm, but a good one, potentially, too. We'll see depending on how quick moving, but But you see how deep, look how deep the dig here on the trough is. And you can see the tail edge here. It's tapping into the east pack here. Maybe, do we get a tropical cyclone to form next week? I think it's possible. Watch an eye in the east pack. There's been a lot of model support for that to show that. So that would be interesting. But you're getting deep tropical. You're digging so much now, and that this Atlantic ridging here that's strong is going to try to support these. Is going to try to support an increased moisture flow, and that's what gets tapped in here. You're pulling in deep, warm ocean water, marine air. You're pulling in warm marine air into the system to meet this sharp cold air. And what does that mean? Frontogenesis. Strong baroclinic zone driven, and this is pretty classic for cyclogenesis, that a strong baroclinic zone helps create a low pressure to pop. But where's that baroclinic zone going to want to pop? My gut says it's going to want to pop close to the gradients. That's where it's going to want to favor. Right along here. I'm telling you, I am very confident. It's why I'm so confident. It's because of the progression of the Gulf Stream here. Is that along the Gulf Stream, that gradient, along the Gulf Stream here, we're in mid-January, you could still get a tropical storm or a hurricane to form here. That's how warm still those sea surface temperatures are here. So not only you get that influx, you go from 14 degrees Celsius to 25 degrees Celsius. That's an 11 degree Celsius change right there. That's a significant change in temperature. That's a strong gradient. Low pressure systems and baroclinic zones, meaning thermal gradients, temperature gradients, over temperatures changing a lot over a small area, a tight area of change. Rate over change right there. I think that actually, I might be slope, but whatever. And so when you're able to do that, you create strong baroclinic zone, and that wants a low pressure. It holds gravitas, gravity, holds some weight in terms of where the low pressure system wants to form. And now look at this. Just like we're going to be riding up the coast, so is the sea surface temperature gradient. And so you're going to want to get a baroclinic zone to form along here, and you're going to get a temperature track or a low track, I think, somewhere close to here. Not that far. Somewhere close to here. It's going to want to favor to be closer to that. Along somewhere near just off the coast. And that's where the low. Maybe the low pops back here initially, or maybe it's out here. I don't know. And then I think we get almost a handoff here to notice the next gradient. Right along here. Rides up the coast. And then notice the Gulf Stream, like I've mentioned over the last week, has kind of faded some of the sea surface temperatures. They've gotten a bit colder. And so there's less of a gradient, notable gradient here. Look where the strongest gradient ends up being next then. Much closer to the coast, and we've been mentioning this for, I think, nearly a month now, maybe longer, since this is formed. As soon as I noticed it, it caught my eye that now we're going to get maybe a low track, something like this. Something like that. All right, so boom, maybe it pops here or here, and then it rides up the coast. And we'll see, and one thing that will define how much snow we get, does it keep zooming out here, or does the system amplify enough that it can slow down a little bit? Even when you get a really fast-moving system, if you start doing intense cyclogenesis, meaning if you start doing intense strengthening of the storm, of the low pressure a lot, the storm has to slow down just a little bit by nature. The upper level jet breaks up and allows, it forces basically, when the upper level jet, here's a good, we're going to throwback to Carl Parker here. Shout out if you know him from the Weather Channel. When the upper level jet starts to break up, I want to show one that shows just a little bit more. When it starts to break up, you see that? You see how these get weaker here and this gets stronger here? What happens is, imagine, guys, when you get into a traffic jam. When you get into a traffic jam, what happens? Everybody gets tight and consolidated, right, into this area. It all slows down into here. All slows down. And then but everybody's trying to go get to the here, which is the jet core, right? You're trying to get off the highway, or you're trying to get onto the highway, whatever. And then all of a sudden, once those lanes start to free up, then all of a sudden, boom, then you zoom out again, and then that energy goes and meets the jet core. And that's kind of what happens when the upper level jet breaks up like that, and you get that S signature. That's a period for the storm track to get a little bit more vertical for at least a period and not just zoom out. And so that's why I'm saying the more amplified system, or the more westernly track here, is also a more amplified system, and it's bigger snow. It's a bigger snowstorm just in general. It's not just the snow comes over. It's a stronger snowstorm in general too. So keep that in mind. So that's hopefully a little good meteorology lesson right there for those of you that didn't know that. If you like the traffic jam example there for the upper level jet. And you could even argue, I mean, it's just placing the low, really, so it's hard to say exactly where it is, but and even this GFS-AI track that shows a snowstorm, look where the low pressure is. The low pressure, again, it's just placing it kind of, but it's placing the L here. I think is a little bit, you could argue it's a little bit too far east, and we may see it be able to form closer to that gradient, potentially. Now, again, there's a little bit, it's going to be sheared out initially to start, but we know that there's going to be some late amplification. Hence why I think there's a connection here to this system. And we can shout out our man Kevin. Kevin, if you're still in the chat, that was a really good poll. That was a really good poll, actually. I'm never just going to believe that if you show me that, Kevin, and if I didn't think so, I would have been like, kind of. You guys know I'm a pretty straight shooter when it comes to for accuracy purposes here. And I thought this was a great poll. There is our February 5th, 2016 system. See how strong the upper level jet was? Now your tilt here was rather impressive at that point. So we'll see if we do get to that. But take a look at that. But I don't think guidance was showing that either a couple of days out. And this is 300 millibars as well in the atmosphere. It's not 250. Take that into mind. But will that show? I may need to just pull up the tweet because YouTube posts is a little challenging. So more nor'easter style with the mega winds and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it could get windy along the Cape if we are able to reel this in here. Like I think we may. So my puppy was in an adorable in an adorable spot here. No, I don't want to create a space. I want to go here. Right here. Bango. February 5th, 2016. I remember this like it was yesterday. and not because I was into the meteorology as much at that point. But does that look familiar? That look ever so familiar? A progressively tilted upper level energy that has a lot up here, just lengthened out. But look where it is. A lot of it maxing out. It's on the other side of this jet here, or on the other side of the trough here. And then look what you do. You start pulling this in. You start pulling in the southern energy here. You have another piece. Look, you have also this piece right behind it here. And this time, this has a little bit more separation. So that's probably one of the main differences, I would say. There's a little bit more separation, but you do still get that piece in behind. And then you can see the snowfall totals that it produced in southern New England. And there was no first part of the system either. You take a look here, this was a very solid. Wouldn't shock me if we were to do something like this. Would not shock me at all if we're talking about a 6 to 12 plus inch snowstorm here. If we come for part 2 of the system, even too. But wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me to do something like that at all. And for my people, this was the southern end of the map there. Now, again, that's not a perfect analog. It's a different setup. It's not the same at all. But I'm just highlighting that, there are some similarities to that setup. And I thought it was just a good reference. But it's a different setup, so we can't assume that that's exactly what's going to happen. Was beaten down that whole winter in that storm. Turned out nicely, yes. Me too. I had, I think, 12.5 inches of snow out of that system. So I would take that in a heartbeat right now. Especially considering if I could get 2 to 3 inches on Saturday. The snow piles could be massive. And that would be awesome. But so yeah, so let me get back to Weather Bell here, and we kind of see the Euro map. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you still got a snowstorm out of that, and I did too. Just not. I got like 5.5 inches out of that, so I'll take it from that. It could have been nothing, but yeah. If you remember, model guidance 2 was showing that we were going to get hit by that about 5 days out. That didn't work out too well. See, it's not just today, people. Snowstorms 5 days out would not be converted for back in 2016 as well. Close, no cigar. No cigar. You see that? This is the you'll see the difference here. Here's the 250 jet. You see the hit here, and then take a look at the GFS AI. You see that? You see how it's connected? You get a better coupling. This piece works to actually help couple the jet here. Meaning these two are coming together more. More of a stream interaction. You got around 10 inches. Oh, stop it, Kevin. You got a full snowstorm. I know you wanted more of that. Don't complain. Don't complain. If I got 5.5, you got 10 out of that. No, but I get it. I get it. I do the same with the 2022. The 2022 blizzard. I got over 19 inches of snow, and I still wonder to this day what it would have been like if we got into the big band there. But now let's see what that P-type map. And there you go. Euro's basically this close to being on board now, after all those shenanigans. You know what a good song for this is? Baby, come back. Baby, come back. If I play it for just a second, I don't think I'll get copyrighted. That song right there. That's exactly what made me think of. Been listening to that today. I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna listen to it more so we can lock it in here. Oh, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Northern New Jersey, any chance as well? NFL fan, how we doing? Yes, Northern New Jersey is absolutely in play with the system to see some. Not favor. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure favored, but could. Euro and Euro, I look great for. You had 33 inches. I'll need to remember that. I'll need to remember that you had 33. I keep forgetting because every time I look back, I only see 31 as the highest. Um, and I kind of felt so guilty because I forecasted a band of 30 to 40 to happen, and the band ended up being about the band instead ended up being about 24 to 33 apparently. More 24 to 36 versus 30 to 40. So, but we did a good job forecasting that from days out. So even though it didn't work out perfectly, and then yeah, there's your. You see that influx of. This is why I'm intrigued. We're gonna go into this more depth after. But this influx of subtropical moisture here, you see this potential either tropical or subtropical storm that gets going here, gets thrown into the atmosphere. And then you know what this is, guys? This is the polar vortex, 495 here, height line. This is baroclinic zone 101 that sets up here, right along your 500 height line. And I do worry about some suppression. I do. So what you need to hope for here, unless you're living in the south, then you want that. But Mid-Atlantic Northeast you better hope we get a little bit of a southeast ridge like you have here, because that will not only help influx more moisture into the system, but whatever is to come, assuming something comes, that would help. And you can kind of see that there. It teases with it. And even Euro shows another system, potentially Clipper. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that then. I've been seeing this on some model guidance too. We'll keep an eye on that. That's interesting. Looking at 500 volt here, it's a little closed off, but it pulls into that some southern energy a little bit. Let me. That's not as enthused. And it's a little bit earlier. It's more Wednesday, too. See, it mistimes it. If that piece was further back, look at this. Look at this moisture here. That could maybe get out ahead. And look at that. Oh, boy. So close. So close. But yeah, I do think we're going to be tracking another system, or at least I think there's a chance. I don't want to guarantee it, but I think there's a chance. And there's your polar vortex stretch right there for Tuesday. Deep Arctic air, that is. Arctic outbreak early next week. So keep that in mind if you live in the northern and eastern U.S., not in the south and southern as much. It will get cold. It will definitely get cold. Don't get me wrong. It will be rather cold, and it'll be anomalously cold. So it's not. You're gonna You're gonna get cold in the south, anomalously cold in the south. It's gonna feel a lot different for the northern and eastern U.S. For Great Lakes, Mid Atlantic, and Northeast, especially Northeast and Great Lakes. You see that? You see how this is going to line up? You can connect this here. You see this? Your 496 height line is going to show up right there on that cold air. Watch. See that? Perfectly in tune. It's because you're pulling in such deep cold air here. Anytime you do this, alarm bells go off. If with an active subtropical jet stream, those alarm bells start going off for snowstorm potential. Central Eastern United States here. And if you get something to drop in here and time it right, then you could get a major snowstorm. So we'll see about that and beyond. Barney showing up. You Massachusetts folks fantasize about 2022 like I do about 2021. Yeah. Good. Tired from football practice. Raining and it's 37 degrees. They said it could freeze and have bad road conditions tomorrow. Bad, but I don't. Tomorrow, but right now I don't like it. Are the Euro AI ensembles out yet? No, I doubt it. They're so slow now, Kevin. It's ridiculous. I don't know why. They used to come out like this. Now they don't. Notice you were in here, Pete, while I'm tired of a long day. Always funny when Alaska is warmer than New Jersey. How's Juneau doing, by the way? I know Juneau, Alaska is having a pretty crazy weather situation. If you're unfamiliar, they had all this snow, this historic, I think, December, right, into early January, and now it's like kind of melting, I think. So there's a bit of a wild weather situation happening as Tatum decides to make loud, egregious noises. He means well, but he's a handful, no doubt. I'm doing as much training with him as I can to get him, set him up for the rest of his life. But he's a handful, no doubt. His leaping ability is amazing. He could be in the doggy combine. I'm not gonna lie. He leaps. Like he jumps over things that are like 4 feet tall. His vertical leap is insane. Get him tested for the combine. He can get in the NBA jumping that high. He's a perfect athletic build too. He's like stock. He's a little stocky. He's got some broad shoulders, but very lengthy. Big paws too. I think he's like 70, 75 pounds right now. Maybe he's a little bit more. That was a textbook for Eastern Mass and Rhode Island. So close yet so far for 2022. And I haven't had 2 feet of snow since 2015. So it's for me. That's a long time. It's 11 years it's been. So it's been 11 years. But we can check the ensembles here. Well, first we can check the Jeffs. Let's go in order so we can give time here. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. Sorry, I got it stuck in my head now, but yep, it's pretty much what you want to see in my opinion. And there's still a lot of spread on that. But you see a push back there? Oh my God, stop it, Celtic Supreme. That's normal. 4 years is normal. 11 years, not as much. But, yeah, there's the Jeffs there. Look at the spread, though. Look at the spread. Here's your hits, and then here's your way misses. And your way misses are skewing the mean right now because that's what it thinks. I want to see the Canadian ensemble. Canadian ensemble's been rather consistent. Showing it, yeah. There's a massive spread on the Canadian ensemble though too. Look at that. That's spread. That's what this is. Anytime you see it so widespread like this, it's called spread right there. It's a spread in the ensemble members. All these individual panel members are, skewed. What'd you miss, Joe? Everything. You missed everything. It's over. Stream's done. Uh, what was your winner total in 2015? I don't know. It was well over. It was over 100 inches though. I'd have to go back. I'd have to find some storm reports as well because I wasn't measuring. I was only measuring the big storms, so I'd have to find the storm reports to kind of add up and see how much I had that winter in total. Got to go find Grafton for every system that wasn't a major. It's definitely over. It was definitely over 100 inches though of snow. 12Z, and there's your 0Z. 0Z last night was probably stronger, though. No, it wasn't. 12Z the other? No. Patriot season is over, maybe. Never. The Giants fan, I like the Patriots because they always beat the Jets and we beat Brady twice. Yeah, we're never going to beat those allegations, but with the Giants. But honestly, I really don't have. Listen, how we lost the margin. Like I think Giants fans would even admit in both Super Bowls, I think the Patriots would beat them more times out of 100 than not. I think most Giants fans would admit that, but the reality is they didn't that day, and so we lost. But I mean, you win 6 out of 9 Super Bowls. I can't really complain about that necessarily. I'd rather make those 3 Super Bowls than not. But the only reason I care more about 2007 and 2010 for the perfect season purposes. Hold them back a little bit on the ensemble mean as well here, so I'm like that. This freaking takes forever. Hopefully, Pats will lose for a less harder opponent for the Broncos. Here we go. Slowly getting there on the Euro and just taking its sweet old time. What's going on in here? Disturbing to listening to describing. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, my man. Seems like you're. It's definitely not going on, but. Not there yet on the Euro ensemble. Back it up. Back it up. I think it's just going to be. I think it's just going to be a slow cave here. Is what I think it's going to be. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about now. When I was talking about the spread across, I know what you're talking about now. Okay, you're get your mind out of the gutter and see. NC player, get your mind out of the gutter. I know what you're talking about now, though. I was very my innocence was present. Uh, it's just not there yet. It's freaking takes forever. Also, Weather Bell lately. I don't know if any of you guys can who use Weather Bell can relate. It's been awful. Yeah, no, we were not talking about basketball players. Okay. Why is it going like that? Why is it going like that? Why won't this play out here? Yeah, come on, get there. How does the AIFS initialize before the Euro every single time, and it still can't? Come on, baby. Are you new here, NC player? I'm sorry, I don't remember if you've been in here before, so I can't tell you. But in here we talk weather. Daniel Murphy, how we doing? Um, just don't just don't spam the chat, and you don't have to worry about it. You seem like a very you seem like a nice person. So I'm not I didn't want you timed out last time, to be clear. Kevin did apologize though. So yeah, I know you live in Trenton. The GFS is showing a lot more snow. I don't know if the GFS is showing. Are you talking about Saturday? Um, for Saturday, I don't think Trenton, Jersey is gonna see a ton of snow. And I said that last time, and I'm gonna say it again. That I think Trenton, Jersey is not going to see a ton of snow on Saturday. We'll see some snow accumulate. It's possible you could see some snow, but you're also gonna have a very tight. There's gonna be a tight gradient between whether or not you see snow and rain somewhere along there, and you might be in favor. Sunday night. On Sunday night, I think you have a legitimate chance. I just don't know how much yet. I can't even discuss totals right now for some places. I can't discuss specific totals. The range of scenarios, I think there's a little bit more clarity for southern New England and eastern New England, but for the mid Atlantic into the lower Northeast right now, there's a little bit less certainty. Yeah, I know what you mean, Daniel. Again, just make sure don't spam a question. Okay, I see. I almost we're not big enough of a channel yet, so that I miss questions. And in general too, it's just I'll probably see your question. So just be sure to not spam the chat there. Um, but those are my thoughts for Central Jersey. So hopefully that helps. How much snow for Central North Carolina? Ooh, really tough call. Really tough call. I mean, I can show you. I can show you the GFS. It just doesn't really matter that much, in my opinion. This is going to change. So, but yeah, I think you have a decent shot to see some accumulating snowfall this weekend. Maybe both days if you're lucky. Alabama, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if Alabama got some snowfall out of this. It would not. It would not. Just based on for reasons we were talking about, you're really, I'm telling you, and the machine guidance is picking up on this influx of precipitation here from the Gulf, and I think it's doing a really good job of that. You see just how much moisture tap that just gets going here. This just helps create baroclinic zone initially. So in theory, on the other side, you may have a chance. We'll see. Maybe it's a little further north. I'm telling you, the South, guys, it's such a tough forecast. It's a real nowcast situation. In Central North Carolina, it could be a really close call. I wouldn't be shocked if Central North Carolina saw no snow, and I wouldn't be surprised if they saw 3 to 6, or like 2 to 4, we'll say like 2 to 4. It wouldn't shock me. It's a very very close call. But I do worry about, you see the overrunning warmth out ahead. I would be a little concerned that you could start out in some of these southern places here as rain, and then you have to flip the snow, and that's a very difficult situation. See, I can't play music in the background. I've found out the hard way before that um, I'll get copyrighted. No need to be sorry. Just that it's um it's it's just I just since I'm now monetized or recently monetized, I want to make sure I don't I don't lose that. And also sometimes too, since I'm just doing this off a Mac, to be honest, I don't have some fancy streaming setup yet, at least at this point. Um, and so if I play music in the background as well, I found that my audio doesn't sound as good sometimes. I mean, I could play some through here, and it won't sound that good. But it'll be something I can. This will be loud for a second here, maybe. Maybe that will lightly play in the background there. I mean, I think I gave you a pretty good idea, Daniel. That I can't tell you totals right now. Sorry, I just can't. I can't reasonably. And I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to disappoint you, but I just can't. I can't, in good nature, give you an accurate forecast right now at this point. But I would favor accumulating snow happening. I absolutely would. Absolutely would favor accumulating snow happening for for Central Jersey. That's what I'm favoring. Could we be talking plowable or snowstorm total levels? Maybe. It's possible. But at the moment, I can't pin down that. All I can say is I'm favoring accumulating snowfall at this point. That's all I can say. That's the best answer I can give you, my man. That's about as clear as I can be at the moment. Look at the Euro ensemble. Look at that mean there for Saturdays for Saturday. Look at that. That's impressive. Yep, that's what we want to see there. Still the preset, no, but it's there. It's getting there. Slowly, slowly making the changes. You can see the spread on it. That's for sure now. 060 was it's the closest since 060. OZ last night, OZ tonight. That's the 24-hour change you can make. Hope we clapped up here in Connecticut. That's an interesting way to phrase it, but Connecticut should Connecticut has a good shot with really both systems. AI ensembles already out on Pivotal. Crazy how they come out so much faster. Yeah, weather. I'm really frustrated with Weather Bell lately. Really frustrated. The experience. I think I messed up my back a little bit here in this position streaming, so I'm going to move my move my laptop here. Is there any sign or pattern that might give the southeast another snowstorm? Hoping Atlanta can get some. Nice. I do snow removal. Well, that's awesome, John. Maybe you can get one of your friends to do mine for free in Grafton. That would that'd be a dream. What sucks? That my back hurts from the position. No, it's just a little bit of stretching and it'll be fine. But can only sit in a chair for so long before things start to get tighter in the muscles. Atlanta could still see snow from this. It's not out of the realm of possibility. It's not out of the realm of possibility here. It's not favored, but keep a close eye. Let me. It might be tough, but you keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. There's a slim chance, Atlanta. And then after, your best bet would be next weekend. What I think would be the next best bet, maybe late next weekend. And you got to hope that there's not much of it. If you get a southeast ridge to form next week, then it's really going to be difficult to get anything to go, and it's going to favor more to the north. Still have my piles. They survived the thaw. I did too. Now there's almost nothing, but my little piles from shoveling did survive as well. It looks like. And that's really from the January 1st, I think, really. We can date all the way back to that. Let's see here. Oh my God, load out. Thanks, man. Have a good night. You as well. Northeast Michigan. Northeast Michigan. Well, I don't really forecast for Northeast Michigan well, so I may not be able to provide you a great answer. But on Saturday, on tomorrow, you're gonna get the. It's kind of like a clipperish, kind of. It's the upper level energy moving through, and as the low pressure moves through, you're gonna get some probably some snow to move through there. Probably some accumulating snow. You'll probably get some lake enhancement, if I had to guess as well. Some lake effect maybe, and you'll probably be able to get some. You'll probably get able to get some decent snowfall, regardless of here or here. I'm sorry, I don't know that specific area, but. Screw it. Well, first let's look at Saturday. And then that's the next. I guess that's both days. That's the main. Oh, baby. So Little John says, yeah, you. I think we know where this is. What's trending here? I dumped WeatherBug a year ago. They used to be good. What, the weather app WeatherBug or WeatherBug? I don't know what you mean. The WeatherBug app, I don't think has ever been good. I don't think, and it's not just WeatherBug, it's any weather app. Never been good. They're just it's model data that's inputted. That's all it is. You know, when you see that, all that pop up at once, that's a storm signal. That's the one we're talking about in the longer range. Boom. Central and Eastern U.S. Late next weekend, maybe. 23rd to 27th time frame is what I'm looking at here. Next storm potential after this. And even during the week, though, even during the week, it's not going out far enough. Darn ads on Pivotal are annoying. Yeah, it is Pivotal, and it really just drains my my battery on the Mac as well. But keep an eye on that too. Keep an eye around Wednesday, Thursday-ish too. For maybe we could get a clipper that maybe could get some enhancement if it can tap. If these two can time up a little bit better, then maybe you can get a little bit more out of this. But keep an eye mid to late next week, during the week, for this. And then that's just an appetizer maybe for what happens here. I know. I'm sure some were thinking when I say best pattern in a long time that it's blowing smoke, just trying to get people to tune in. If I think it, I'm going to say it. If I don't think it, I'm not going to say it. That's how it goes. And I truly do think that this might end up being one of the best, like, snow producing patterns, in particular for the northeastern U.S., at least specifically there, in some time. We could technically go back to 2022. And when I say that again, when I said that, it's not. It shouldn't be that incredibly bold of a statement either, because I mean, look what the last several winters have done. It hasn't been that. It hasn't been that crazy in terms of major snowstorms happening. Haven't done it since 2022. Actually 2024. We had a blockbuster 2024, but again that wasn't coastal I-95 either. That was just inland. I remember that one. I think I had almost 14 inches of snow on that one. Yeah, you're welcome, John. John Moore. We have multiple Johns, several Johns in the chat. Let's see if we can get our AFS ensemble yet. There it is. So next week we're gonna have our polar vortex lobe overhead here, and what's gonna happen is it's gonna force down some of the coldest air of the winter yet, maybe the coldest this could end up being. So we're gonna get an Arctic outbreak across the northern, across a lot of these portions. Maybe it goes down a little bit further. Some of this really Arctic air. Not that it's gonna get cold in these places. It will. It is going to get cold down into these places here. But the coldest air, I think, will be, and that's not a breaking news, will be reserved. That's just usually what tends to happen. You're closer to the polar vortex. So we're going to get a stretching event of the polar vortex, meaning the polar vortex stretches out literally from here and it extends down. It's a displacement of cold air. And that's partly in thanks to systems riding up here and massive western ridge here, and that amplification is kind of helping to force and displace, kind of warms up the polar vortex a little bit, and that forces that cold air to get displaced down. And so the thinking is we're gonna get short waves to form off of this. And one of these is going to track either like that, or maybe like that. And then there's another path here. There's another one. So those are like three separate. If we do see a trough kind of dig down with Atlantic ridging, then you could get something to drop in and then do like that, or like that. But until we get there, it's hard to say the specifics. But this is all connected. Remember, 21st to 27th we kind of called it, and now we can kind of pinpoint it a little bit more. 23rd to 27th. I'm thinking we're gonna get a. We're gonna get a snow. We're gonna get at least a pretty notable storm across the central and eastern U.S. that will produce some snow. So I guess we can call that a snowstorm. But in particular, the eastern U.S. especially, which is where we forecast for. Had 2 feet on the ground in 1996 on top of storm. Hope again for the end of the month. That would be something, John. We can hope. Sorry, I'm a weather newbie. I can't afford to buy apps. I live in the USA. There was a lot packed into that statement there. I don't know how to help you there, but just use me as your weather app. Can use my information. If you ever can't watch the videos, you can link it to ChatGPT and ask what were the takeaways. But I hope you watch the video because I think you'll understand it better when I do so. But you can kind of see there's a mean troughing here. There's your signal. Is eastern North Carolina going to get snow? I don't know where either Onslow County is. In the Piedmont? or further. No, no, further east. Sorry, the coastal plain. I'm guessing. Um, assuming you're talking about the coastal plain area. I would lean towards no, but you can get some accumulating snowfall out of this, but I would lean towards no. Sorry, maybe that wasn't the answer you're hoping for, but I gotta be a straight shooter, so I can't just make everybody happy. But you could with this. I'm telling you, I'm not. Listen, also, I am not a southern snow expert, so I can probably provide better insight than a lot of other potential weather people just because of how in depth and how well I know setups and how I think things might happen. Um, but I am not the end all be all, especially when it comes to southern weather. I'm not even the end all be all for northeast weather. So just keep that in mind that I don't. I've been down south many times before, but I am not an expert of the area and the geography and the little nuances and all those little things. So just keep that in mind. Look at the Euro ensemble mean here. Ooh, backs it up. Backs it up. Let's come on, load out another hour here. Oh my God! Stop taking your time. But here's another thing that we talked about. We've kind of alluded to it, but this moisture feed here, the moisture fetch on this system is sexy. Love to see it. That's what you want. That's what you want to see if you're trying to get a pretty good snowstorm. That kind of moisture fetch there. After these load out, I think we're gonna make a threat map. I think we're gonna make a threat map here on Photoshop. Like the GFS tonight, sub 950 low in the Gulf of Maine. Yeah. Tired of the dry northwest flow, cold without snow. Where are you living in? Connecticut? Oh. Well, you did get a snowstorm in what was it? December late Boxing night. You got a snowstorm there. It looked pretty solid. And then the squall event too. I don't know if you were in Eastern Connecticut, it would have worked out pretty well. I don't know about Western Connecticut, but also I like all the little events too. I listen. If we were to tell me we were gonna get all big ones, all big snowstorms, I would love it too. But my point is you got to make sure you appreciate the little events because imagine if none of that happened yet. Imagine if none of that happened. And remember, December is not the prime winter month. January, February, and March, in my opinion, are the prime winter months. I would say March is more of a prime winter month than December. Well, not the second half of December. I would take the second half of December over a lot of March, a lot of times. Well, maybe. You can get some really cool amplification in March. You get some impressive systems. But it has not been a bad start to the winter. I just think it's some carryover for some people of no major snowstorms happening prior. But I do think this is a pretty good chance to change some of that narrative here. We can't load out now, and oh baby, look at the AIFS ensemble. Oh yes, Look at that. That's better than the operational. That is what we like to see. Wow, fantastic. Fantastic. Exactly what you couldn't ask for much better right there. Are you kidding me? That's the spot you're in 3 days out. 72 hours out. This is the look. If you're on Cape Cod, you're going, stop, stop. One of the more fascinating events I've seen was in March of 2013. I don't remember that, but I know there was one. I know there was a major snowstorm, right? March 2013. I'll show you guys a good pull here. And then we're going to finish looking up at the ensembles, and then we're going to make our snow map. Yeah, it is. It's pretty close to the benchmark. What a winter, by the way. So many snowstorms. That's the benchmark one, obviously, pun intended, and this is the one that Kevin's talking about right here. And I've looked at this one before. I just don't remember it. And I can't tell you why, but I just don't remember it that well. I'm not sure for what reason, but and you can see why this is fascinating, because you have 18 to 24 like this. And then you had 30 inches at Blue Hill in Milton, Mass. My guess here is maybe you had 850 volt here, and you had a deformation band here that I can't. That would be just guessing off the snowfall map. Long duration storm. I would have to guess so. Not the only March 7th and 8th snowstorm though. And look at that winter. Worcester 108.9 inches of snow at ORH. I think it's OHR maybe. Blue Hill 100 inches. And then back here by Kevin, what an insane winter too. New Haven down to the coastal Connecticut, like 60 to 80 inches of snow. Yeah, great winter right there. But back to this. Dude, you're doing a great job. I'm subscribing. Yeah, I don't care what they say about you, my new weather guy. Well, thank you, NC player. Don't take this, kind of the other weirdly, hopefully, but it makes me a little like emotional, not like tear up on it, but just it's pretty cool that I can kind of do what I'm doing, and then be able to attract others that are just coming in randomly, see the stream, and you can sit down, watch for 5-10 minutes, and you can watch what I'm doing, and love to see what you're doing. So that's my favorite comment of the night, especially when you first came in. You were having making claiming my sus comments, but I promise I have no ill intentions. I'm a pretty straight shooter when it comes to this stuff. So just trying to pinpoint the atmosphere, trying to be as present as I can when I'm doing, and trying to give you guys a good forecast. So I appreciate it, John. That means a lot. 26 inches in Quincy for March 2016. We were supposed to switch to rain according to Boston meteorologists, but never did. We got buried. Love to hear that. Looking at that snow map, I would have hated being in the Connecticut River Valley. Yeah, that was a mezzo band for sure. So thank you for that message, though, NC player. It means a lot. And thank you for subscribing as well, John. Celtics Supreme, the 2012-2013 winner. We got 90 inches of snow in Quincy, one of the best. That would certainly be near the top of the record books there. And I keep looking at this. You combine both of those days too. RGM, yeah, the RGM does show a storm as well, and I don't even think that's as much as it could show, to be honest. What's the meme here? My goodness. Again, you got to remember with these ensemble snow maps, remember for those that are unsure, kind of what these mean. These are just showing the best areas. That's your takeaway. You don't look at these at all for how much snow you're going to see. These are just takeaways. That's all this is right here. That's just a takeaway for potentially the best area to be favored, right? You can see farther northeast you go, the better chance for the most snow, for the highest ceiling. But that doesn't mean places further south can't get into it either. But remember, the ensemble mean can change. You as well, Kevin. See, hey guys. Well, but tomorrow night's stream is gonna hit different. The Friday night stream before a snowstorm, it's gonna be packed in here. It's gonna be the Friday night stream, man. That should be a lot of fun. So, but I want to see some of these panel members here, and then we're gonna make for all of you still here, I appreciate it. We're gonna make some snow maps, so you're gonna get to see behind the scenes here how I kind of do it, assuming Photoshop loads. If it doesn't, then we can put a wrench in that. And there's the ensemble mean over the next. Woo-hoo. It's maybe the highest I've seen the ensemble mean here, 20 inches out here. That's impressive. But it's not the end-all be-all. This doesn't tell you how much snow exactly is going to happen. Just a general idea. W. Yes, hidden mega, absolutely. But you can see it kind of skipped here to hour 2:18, and you can see there's a lot going on there. It's gonna be lit tomorrow. That's to say the least. Tomorrow night it's gonna be. We're gonna pack the stream. That's for sure. But we can go here. We can go. To say there are some hits here would be. Guys, this is a heck of a run-to-run adjustment here. And reminder, the AIFS ensembles, they tend to juice it just a little. So about 10 to 15%. I got you 52. That's impressive. I would have assumed you were a little younger based on based on how you commented. Your immature, your immaturity, but I appreciate it. I have people from probably I think into the 70s in terms of age, from all the way down to. I remember I had somebody. I don't know if anybody you remember it being in the stream, but we had a stream last year where I remember. We had someone who was probably it was like in their late 60s, and that's a large age gap for me. Obviously, I don't like revealing my age, and a lot of my specifics I like to keep that private to myself. But you can tell there's obviously that'd be an age gap a little bit. You guys can tell I'm not like over 40 or something, and so. God, 40. What an awful. No, I'm just messing. But yeah, so I just enjoy that because I really enjoy older people's perspective too. When I say older, I don't mean like 40s and 50s, although I do appreciate the perspective as well. I mean, especially people over 60 and 70, like just have such good perspective, of weather events when they were younger. And so I always appreciate that, and people telling me their perspective of what maybe the forecast and how things happened, and I appreciate that. 38 on rooting for y'all. Do what you love. I am. This isn't even technically my job. This is a side passion that just has blossomed so much that it's turned into pretty much what I want to do a lot of my free time. So um, busy often during the day. I won't. I don't. Again, I don't like revealing personal information, so I like to keep it separate. I like making sure I can keep this just straight weather. Now, I like to reveal my personality and stuff I like, but without revealing too personal. Maybe eventually we'll get there, and I'll show you all my face on every stream or something like that. But ice glaciers uh, on the ensembles, yeah, John. Always loved the weathers as an NC player. Um, but yeah, I like maybe eventually one day, but you all would be surprised. I think what I do, in my actual life, not just my side passion here. I think it would surprise a lot of you, and a lot of you would understand why I go large portions of the day without saying or revealing anything. I've seen benchmark nor'easters get eaten alive by dry air in the Connecticut Valley, and also seen 10-inch warm front snows. That's what you want to see. You get the more time you live on the planet, the more weather you're going to get to see here. Uh, and my takeaway is every single one of these members, though, guys, shows accumulating snowfall, regardless of if it's Saturday or Sunday combined. We can zoom out for the people too. You're not going to be able to see it. You're going to have to zoom in if you want to look. You can see if you want to zoom in if you're further south on some of these members here. You can zoom in. Call me old school. Lots of variety up here. Yeah, we live in such a unique region. Uh, we live like up here, and this is the exit latitude for storms. So we live in that region for where the most storms happen across the North Atlantic, um, and we live in such a unique place where we're near the mid latitudes and near the exit region for the northern Atlantic. So we live in such a unique spot weather wise. You guys, for anybody that lives in the northeastern part of the country, you really need to be thankful for however you got there. If you appreciate weather, we see the most unique weather. We just do. We can tap into all kinds hurricanes, tornadoes, massive blizzards, floods. Obviously we don't want floods and hurricanes and tornadoes necessarily, but um, only tornadoes if they're not hitting anything. That's what I like to say because I love seeing Mother Nature do its thing. Tornadoes that take out a couple of trees in the woods. That was what we'll say. Um, but we live in such a unique place. We live in such a unique place in the atmosphere, in the world, for what the atmosphere does, and it's really cool really cool that we get to live here, especially in New England. In my opinion, New England's one of the coolest spots. It's one of the coolest spots to live. Have land in Norfolk, Connecticut at 1,600 feet, and they get hit good when it rains everywhere else. Absolutely. Norfolk, Connecticut's one of the great spots. 4650 is almost as bad. Yeah. Age is just a number. You just got to live the life. Live the life. Man. And you can clearly see, too, the ones that hit, man, they hit. All right, these are all legit snow. A lot of legit snowstorms here. There's a reason the mean was like 5 inches. There was a 5-inch snow mean here. And that's just an ensemble mean. That doesn't mean everything necessarily, but we couldn't have asked for much better here. And you can see some of these showing some pretty notable totals. And the more you amplify this, the more the totals are going to go up here. The more the totals are going to go up. And this combines Saturday and Sunday. I love living in New England. Never take it for granted. You never should. It's one of the coolest spots in the world to live, in my opinion. Northeastern U.S. In particular, but along with New England, it's sports and weather-wise. I agree. It's we have interesting people up here, that's for sure. But I think we live in one of the coolest spots in the planet. And if you want to really play this out, you can kind of understand why some of those ensemble means are so massive. Because, man, impressive. And all this does is just kind of confirm our suspicion that I think we're going to have a chance for a good pattern. This doesn't mean everybody gets this amount of snow, but it just kind of can add to it. Just kind of can add to the idea that. And again, when you start getting a snowstorm too, of course that ensemble mean is going to go off. But if you took off even that, there would still be a 7-inch snow mean in a lot of places, or even higher up into Maine and central New England. There'd still be a pretty massive mean across a lot of these places here. I lived through the blizzard of '93 in upstate New York. Was epic. Wow, upstate New York in '93 would have been something I would have loved to see. I fortunately was before my time. Going snowboarding at Mount Snow on Sunday. Yes, we do have a Discord as well if you want to join, as Hidden Mega posted. Hoping they get some dust on the crust before then in Westover, Vermont. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I know where Mount Snow is. I just couldn't pinpoint it in my head for whatever reason. Yeah, Mount Snow. Yeah, Mount Snow. I think southern Vermont. There should be. Should I think honestly could be in a good spot for Sunday too. I know that's a hot take for Sunday Monday, but they could end up being in a decent spot. But especially for Saturday. Saturday there's going to be fresh powder when you get there for Sunday. So there's gonna be some you're gonna be you'll be pleasantly surprised with the fresh powder that happens there. I bet you there's gonna be at least I would lean towards at least 3 to 6 happening for elevated southern Vermont for Saturday. My puppy Tatum is all stretched out at the moment next to me. It's a very, very cute what he's doing. Yeah, you'll make out fine. Now let me check. Did we get the Euro ensemble mean to finish here? Well, I'm gonna have some fun for a second and check this. And boy, oh boy, is it fun! kind of gives you an idea. I love looking at this view of the snow pattern, so you can kind of get an idea maybe of what might be happening. But it's not perfect. Stuff that dives in. Pretty cool. Anytime you're snowing on the eastern part of Greenland and not the western part as much, we like to see that a lot of times. So that means there's warming, there's higher height lines here that help support cold air going here. We don't want it to go here. We want cold air to displace across the central and eastern part, not the far eastern. We don't want cold air to displace that way, because that means usually then it gives a better chance for warmer to push through in the wintertime. Not always, but tends to be. And then it limits your snowstorm potential as well, even if you do that. But I wanted to see some of the Euro panels here. Storms have been bombing over in eastern Nova Scotia a lot this season. Yes, John, it's true. And it's also part of the reason, and I've agreed with this. Tim Kelly and I have kind of been putting messages back and forth with each other the past couple months about this, that when you do that consistently, that usually means that you can at least get at least one of those to happen at a further south latitude. Could it be next weekend? Late next weekend? Could it be another? At some point, in theory, there's a chance for a major snowstorm or blizzard to happen at some point for the Northeast. In theory, at some point, we get one of those. Maybe if we're lucky, we can get two, but let's try to just get one. Let's keep the benchmark low. No pun intended. Yeah, you do hit a mega. Tomorrow, Friday night stream tomorrow, I'm gonna hit like you know what. Yeah, let's look at these panels. You can see there's a couple hits, but most of them still offshore. But compare that to last run, you can see big difference. Big difference. A lot more blue on that map than last time. So the Euro is, I think we're going to get a slow cave here. You can see it's got a couple of hits here too. It's a slow cave for the Euro. But anybody that was looking at these and just claiming that this is, but look at the difference. You see that? Pops off the eye. And so this is really going to end up going maybe potentially as a Euro failure here. Unfortunately, I love the Euro. It's a great model a lot of times. I would say it's a good model, but it's not. It's I will put the AI guidance over that anytime. And man, boy, look at that thermal gradient we create. That's Sunday. You see that? It's deep Arctic air that's pressing in. That's going to press in on the backside here. And that's what helps create our thermal gradient zone. It's moving towards the Canadian model. Yeah, but even remember though, John, we mentioned, I'm not sure if you're here or not, the Canadian model actually is closer to the Euro in a sense, where with this 500 millibar Vort piece here, we were talking about this earlier. You see how this kind of pushes on this more versus helps aid and enhance? See how this pushes on it more versus kind of helping the stream interaction between those two pieces there? And then look at use a GFS AI, for example. See the difference? This is also even a little bit more pulled back, and this is help enhancing. So the Canadian is just a mini snowstorm, and it's not even what it could be. So that's kind of interesting to think about. And that if that was your worst case scenario, I don't think many would be complaining, especially if you combine both. What has been the most accurate model forecaster for this winter? Anytime I get this question, it's not just you, North Carolina. So don't take this the wrong way, NC player. But anytime somebody asks me about this, I always say none, and I kind of say it jokingly, but it's true. Um, and I'm not just kidding. I'm actually meaning it. That I think there's this perception that models are there's one model that's right always, and that's not the case. Here's how I say it every time. Every single model is going to be wrong. The question is how wrong. And then it's my job to use these models as a tool in my right. I have my little toolkit, and I got to use these as a tool to help pinpoint what might happen. And if I can use that to my advantage and use it the proper way, then I can kind of use my knowledge to help say, in this setup here, this model might do better than this model, or these models are going to be favored versus these models. To answer your question, to try to give you an answer, the Euro AI, in my opinion, has been a standalone better model in terms of consistency once you get in closer range. It smooths stuff out, and the precipitation maps always don't look like they're supposed to be, and they're not going to be perfect always. But the Euro AI, in my opinion, has it, and I don't think it's been close in terms of consistency. Now, that doesn't mean like 5 days out, maybe the Euro operational might be better than the AI version. But especially the AI ensemble as well, combine that, I think it's been standalone at the top. Not by a massive amount, but clear enough. One of those races where it's like it was kind of a photo finish, but you don't need the replay. You don't need the slow motion to see that they won the race there. That's kind of how I feel about the Euro AI. That it's a clear, in my opinion, but that doesn't mean every setup it is, and you have to know that. So I could just look at the Euro AI and say, yeah, let's just follow what it does every 6 hours, and this is going to be my forecast. Now, sometimes I'm going to account for it a little bit more and put some more weight on some things. But to me, it's been proven that, especially once they can improve the resolution of these AI models without compensating too much in the long range, I think these are the future. So the operational, the GFS, the Euro, the Canadian. This is not the future. All of these models, GFS, Euro, Canadian, they all have machine enhanced versions now. AI GFS, AI Euro, it's not as much, but there's a little bit of machine learning in this Canadian as well. It's technically an AI, but it's not super different a lot of times from the Canadian. So minor changes, but so that is the best answer I can give to your question there. I'm trying to stretch out my back right after the stream. That's what I'm going to be doing. Literally going to be stretching out my back before I go to bed. I have an old Davis weather station, Turkey Hill in Berlin, Connecticut. I'm looking to upgrade. What would you recommend? Funny, I shouldn't say this because I've yet to really open the box of my new weather station. But I still have my old one that I use. I really need to. I got it as a present a long time ago. But weather flow, in my opinion, unless there's been something better that I don't know about, I think weather flow, especially for wind speed, it has I forget what kind of sensor, but it has a better sensor for measuring wind speed as well. And for me, that was a kind of important, even though I'm never going to get an accurate reading here with the amount of trees I have around my house. It's always going to be difficult to get that kind of reading. The weather flow stations, in my opinion, are are some of the best. It has an automatic reader too, I think, for rain, um, like an accurate one. So that's what I would recommend. All right, what do you guys say we make a snow map here? Problem is, I don't know. It's just a threat map, by the way. Problem is, I don't know what. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, NC player. Weather flow, cool. Thanks. I get good gusts on the hill there. Yeah. Berlin, oh, you in Eastern Connecticut? Berlin, right? Or am I wrong there? Is that Central Connecticut? Alrighty. Central. Okay, it is Central. Second intuition was right. It's kind of close to Hartford, right? Berlin, kind of close. Um, so this is what we're gonna do now. I make all my maps on Photoshop. We've upgraded since a few years ago. And this is the region we forecast for. So this is where I make my snow maps. I don't expand further south. I really could expand to DC. I really could. But I save myself from the torture, and I make my forecasting thoughts clear. 10 miles southwest, yeah. Ooh, that's a rough spot. That can be, I imagine that can, unless you have a little elevation. I could, but I haven't found, have not found the time since to expand the map. It takes a little bit of time with the imaging, overlay it, etc. And haven't sat down and be like, I'm going to open Photoshop today. No, it's usually, I really only usually do this either on stream or during a snowstorm is when I open Photoshop. So, but as you can see, some of these can get pretty messy at sometimes. I had one person comment, what's the point of the map if you're going to put all that stuff? And I said, you know what, I'm just going to I either mute it or block them. Because all I do is I do one click of their comments, one click of their one scroll, that's it. I give them a chance. I'm like, all right, let's see what this person's got. And then if I see you're just a troll to everybody, then I'm probably gonna block you, to be honest, at this point. Because what's the point? If you're just using social media to get mad at everything, if you're looking for something to be mad about when you go on the social media, that's not healthy as a that's not healthy for your mental health. And then B, why? There's no point. There's nothing productive about that. But politics, I guess. I don't know. Not politics, but I was just kind of making a fun statement. Okay. So we're gonna take this off. This did get really messy though. Man, look how much we got on here. Whoa, that is pretty cool though. I kind of like the way that looks. I could do that. But no, I like the counties. It lets people know where they're at. But that does look pretty cool, right? I kind of like the look of that. I love the way it's smoothed out and looks there. Looks super cool. I could, but I won't. I like knowing where everything is. State map. Can you see how that bolted then, the state map? That's why I keep the state map. Okay. Alrighty here. Just like that. It's been stripped to pieces. Really? I'm just gonna delete all these shades here. I don't need to keep them. But I do keep all my old maps. If you ever wanted to ask me to look through those, I could at some point. But we'll layer, new, and this is, we're gonna do Saturday first, is what we're gonna do. This is gonna be Saturday. We're gonna separate them. Even though I'm gonna forecast this as a single system whole, just for the threat map purposes, we're gonna separate them. Even though I'm gonna add this as it's the same system. How much am I thinking for Southern Sussex County, New Jersey? That's just west of New York City, right? That's like in here, right? Am I right about that? It's one of those counties there. Okay. Still have 42 people. Shout out to y'all in there. Reminder that you can choose to like the stream if you really do enjoy the content. You can also there's channel memberships available, and if you do decide to join a member, you'll get a little bit more. You'll get a little bit more out of me. I'll make sure always to read your chats. Always make sure. Oh, that's farther. I keep messing that up. Sorry, Ike. And then for channel memberships, oftentimes I'll give you better answers. I'll set up sometimes some channel member posts, oftentimes saying, hey, do you guys have questions about your specific area? I'll do my best. And then some of the higher levels that are more expensive, that are not necessary at all for you to get by any means, but then you can get me to do some real in-depth forecasting for your specific areas and your needs, potential travel plans, and it's a little bit more like consulting, some of those higher levels. If you're interested, don't have to be by any means. And then super chats are now available too, thanks to recent monetization of the channel just a few weeks ago. So, but again, just being here and enjoying watching the content, it's really what I care about most. The fact that you're all in here doing it with me at such a late time, back-to-back nights. I can only imagine what Friday night will be like tomorrow night, so I'm excited. My old stopping grounds, Binghamton, New York. Bingo town, known for its speedies. The thing about Binghamton, as well as Binghamton always gets the band. This area here, right here, there's always a band in this area. Always a band. Always an interior band. It's orographic lift, meaning that the higher terrain that sets up here helps better forcing into these areas. March 2017 is probably December 2020 are probably the best examples. That's crazy to think. I view 2017 as so much longer than 2020. I feel like 2020 was yesterday. I feel like 2020 to 2022 was all lumped into one. That's what it feels like during during the COVID times. But it's crazy. The 2017 ban though was impressive. That was really, really impressive. That storm. I was mad. I was mad on that one. and I got a really good snowstorm. I got, 12, 13 inches, but I was mad because last second, you know what we did? Last second northwest trend. So then here got like 15 to 18 inches. Back into here, it was like 15 to 20 inches, and then up into here. It ended up originally models were like in here, like 2 to 3 days out. I'm pretty sure, and then they shifted. It ended up being freaking here, like over 100 miles at least. They shifted. I'm always up late here. Well, and my pizza. Binghamton has good pizza. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I haven't heard about Binghamton pizza. What I do know is the pizza in here, man, they got really freaking good. You know what I need to go to is Raritan, New Jersey. I gotta try Delicious. Gotta try it. And to answer your question, Ike, Saturday, I think you're gonna do pretty well in Northwest Jersey. Northwest Jersey on Saturday, I think we'll do pretty well. I would forecast at least I would say about 1 to 4 inches on Saturday. And then from there, it's how in my opinion it's house money after that. And I think you can but I think you can get some on Sunday as well. Sunday, Monday. We'll make a threat more. I think we're gonna make a threat after that as well. We got some stuff to do. It'll take another late night stream being extended. Okay. We're gonna I want to get the model closer to what I think is going to happen, so I'm going to go with the AI GFS to get kind of an idea here. Not pulling in anything from now, is it? No, not really. Okay. We can just do 24-hour too. All right, let's use this here. These will not be the numbers as well. We'll change that. But I do need to know the gradient. So I need something to help me out there. I need a little bit of help with the gradient just to get an idea. Okay. Okay. Little John. Snap your fingers. We'll go here. This is where we'll go. And this may be wrong, but I almost want to make a snow map for Saturday now, but I'm going to do it tomorrow night. That's when I'll make it. Just to get an idea here. I don't think I want to go that far. Whoa. And I'm just using this for reference, by the way, just for the you guys know my general thoughts, but I got to pinpoint something here. So this is where I do have to rely on guidance a little bit. Lower ratio snow on Saturday compared to Sunday. I think it's Sunday is going to be one of those things where the first part of the system is not going to be super high ratio, but just the longer and longer into the storm you get, the continued higher ratio it's get. And I haven't even looked into banding and that stuff yet, so I don't want to even get honestly. I don't want to even say ratios quite yet. It's we won't know. Honestly, you really never know until you start actually measuring it and you figure out what it is. But we'll that time will come. I don't know how accurate that will be, but we'll leave it to there. Whoa. All right. And I got to do all of this here. This is true precision. Because the magic wand key, I don't fully have great operation of that yet. It's a good time to ask questions if you got any. Tell him Don Juan sent you, don't do that. What movie is that from again? Sometime, baby, without you. Baby, come back. Zoom out. And boom, step one. I just love the way it glows on the feather, to be honest. Alright, and then just get an idea again. Now we can give me the precip. I mean, it's really not that different than that, but I mean, it's a threat map, so I only have to do two. I don't have to make the snow map exactly. We can do that tomorrow night. It's a real number. Call it Brosetti's Pizza. I never heard of Brosetti's before. But well, I like deep dish can be okay, but it's more like pizza. It's like if I wanted pizza lasagna, that's what it's. I feel like some may take that as a threat. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. It's a lot. It's so much to eat. Give me a good brick oven thin crust, a coal fired. Give me that. That's my favorite. Like the Portnoy kind of pizza. Give me kind of that for me personally. I don't care what your opinions on him. I'm just saying that kind of pizza. That's what I enjoy. And then we'll go just north of Boston. Not really much reason to cut it so short. So we'll kind of do something like that. Hi from Middletown, New York. NYC is starving for a big one. Shout out the Hudson Valley there. Um, you did it. You mid. Well, actually, you've had some decent snows though. I know for a big one. For a big one. I know. I know people want the big storm, but gotta be patient. That's what will make it all the more sweet when it happens. And remember too, the big storms are pretty rare actually. We were in a heightened period though, in the 2000s and 2010s and some of the 90s. Um, and it can kind of get skewed a little bit. Alrighty. All right, so we're relying a little bit more on the AIFS for a general idea of the rain snow line, but than I would like to. But we can refine that more. We just haven't looked so much into detail yet, so it's just a general idea. Keep that in mind. All right, we'll leave it like that. And then now we're gonna go. For this map, we can take a lot of these shapes off. Schools cancel for me tomorrow because of ice accumulations. Wow, out there in Alaska. We can take that off as well. And that we can leave. All right. We have a little bit of work to do with moving this stuff. So this is what we're going to do here. Can you say hey to Issa and Trev? We love the stream. I'm not sure who Issa and Trev are, but I'm very glad that you're watching the stream and enjoying it at the moment. Those kids, friends, your pets, I'm not sure. If regardless, I'm glad that you're watching, and so are they. Happy to have you here. We don't want to make it that large. Flakes to minor family and friends. You're gathering all your family and friends around to watch me right now? You're not on a substance, are you? That's insane. No, I'm just can't believe it. But I am very humbled. Sorry, I don't have good self-esteem with that. I'm not used to expecting people to enjoy watching so much what I'm doing. I just haven't had it. It's really just a startup. That's what it's been. I started social media weather 6 years ago, and that's about it. About 6.5 years ago now. So, but I appreciate it very much. They call me Rabbit. as I make my snow map here. Schools canceled from the North of ice accumulations. NFL fan. For those of you that don't know, NFL fan is from Alaska, so I always like getting his perspective. Glad you don't clickbait like direct weather. Man, you just made my day saying that. I'm glad you're aware of the clickbaiting that he does. We've talked about it before on here. It's quite frustrating that he does that. But there's a reason his subscriber count for the past whatever hasn't gone up so much exponentially. Why is this not as dark as I want it to be? It's because people have kind of figured it out that he's kind of just making fun maps. But there's a reason, guys, right? I give a little bit of flash into the thumbnail, but if any of you here look at all the YouTube stuff, you guys know that's very, very minor compared to what everybody else does. My thumbnail is always going to have at least hopefully some strong hint of truth in what's happening. And not just a hint, there's going to be a good amount of truth in my thumbnail. Almost always. Almost always I make sure to include, because I don't want to, my goal here on this is to get away from that. I've said it before. It's to get away from the clickbait crap and everything. It's people that want just the analysis. And I'm going to explain it as long as you ask, especially. I'm going to explain it in a way that you can understand as well. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to go way in depth, but I'm going to break it down for you so you can understand it. And I'm not just going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you why I think what might happen. And that's how I do things here. I want to give you the deep forecast, the in-depth forecast here. Something is not looking right on here. Whatever. I know that doesn't look right, but I'm just going to have to leave it because it's not correcting at all. I'm a party of one watching, but I make up. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but I make up for the drinking of 10. Okay. Now that makes a lot more sense now. It still doesn't look right. When did we start this? I think we started around here. I think we started this around 2 a.m. I could be wrong though. Well, that's what it was close to that. when we started making this, I think. He shows them all to run 10 days out on thumbnails on hype for science. I'm very glad you see that, John. I'm very glad, because not a lot of people do. Okay. All right. Now, what we'll do is we're gonna save as. Oh, freaking put 1.6. It's fine. I'll save it again. And then we have to make, we're not done yet. We got to make the other threat map after. We got to make the next threat map. And this one, I mean, you're going to see tomorrow, you're going to start seeing maps. I'm sure this is usually the day, but I got to test my forecasting here. $116 and 26. It's a good thing. We picked up on that. And okay. Export. No AI. No AI and what? What are you saying in reference to? And then we gotta go here. Get the image. All right. Photoshop is having some trouble here. Still with you. I know you are. I appreciate it. I'm not sure what you were saying about AI, but um, yeah, get this here. Boom. Had the same map up for an hour. Yeah, I know. Well, it takes a while to make it. I talk to you guys. I'm really thorough with what I do. There's no way today's news. This Cameron Nixon. I love Cameron. Or am I? I don't know what you may be, but yeah, I've had it up for a while now. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Now we gotta make another map. We can briefly look at the NAM. Something's gonna be different, I can tell you that. In theory, I like it, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm expecting some fun NAM runs eventually. See how long it takes to get there. Next map now. But I don't want to. I was just saying ban AI on YouTube. I am not sure what what you're referring to, but I don't, I don't see a lot of AI on YouTube for me. So look at that. Every member of the AIFS model showing it, almost every single model showing it hitting. Look at that, hitting and quitting it, just hitting and leaving. Not not here for a long time, but it hits almost every single member. All right, I have an idea. This is just going to be one area because I can't refine any totals right now. This is just going to be one area is what I'm going to draw here. So this one ideally won't take as long. Okay. We want real people like you doing parts. Is there a lot of AI on YouTube? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I appreciate it. You want real people like me though. Um, well, I will agree with you in a sentiment. Here's one thing I will say. Ryan Hall's Y'allbot thing I think is really cool. I think is really cool. I think that stuff's a little bit different. I enjoy I enjoy stuff like that because that's Ryan himself. I think he created that AI bot, which is really impressive. And yeah, sure, maybe are some of his thumbnails a bit maybe a little over the topish, or at least for me they would be. For him, but what he's done, especially how he started, he would take. You guys will not remember before he was big. He took so much heat for some of this stuff that he would do, so much heat, and then he kind of was someone though who kind of learned and figured out how to put things together. And he actually reached out to me back in like 2021 to come, and for whatever reason, it just didn't work. Something came up or something happened on. Uh, we just couldn't connect with it. But I was thinking about maybe coming along his team way back then. He always he follows me, but we follow each other. But he always saw that at least had a decent mind for forecasting. So um, and he's always someone who's trying to get better with what he's doing. It seems like he's growing his thing into it impressive. So Nam showed it in out in fast band with decent. Hope they don't discontinue the Nam. The Nam will the Nam will be gone likely. All right, let's make our map here, and we can look at the Nam in a sec after. Well, this will be a little easier for me. Not black. I think we're gonna go dark blue here. That's a little too far, maybe. Just got off of some COD, 2 weather charts, playing this John back an hour or so. Matt, you provide some of the most interesting comments that makes me sometimes have trouble replying and what to say, but I appreciate your support. Just know that. I don't know if people are ready for the map that I'm gonna make here, but y'all bet says stupid stuff. Well, I'm sure it's not perfect. I'm sure it's not perfect, but I think the concept of what he done is I don't know. Maybe you might not enjoy it as much, and that's fine. And I don't even really watch it that much. I'm just from what I've seen before on it. I think it's pretty cool. That's all I would say. But I'm not sure I love the color wave here. It's a little dark, maybe. Mm, Mm, I want to switch this color. NCB player, Russian. What you smoking, Willis? You change that, bro. You could be a Russian. Um, I want to change this. I'm gonna change this color here. It's a little much. Whoa. Not really. I don't know if I can put those kind of colors out yet. I think that might be. Let me up the brightness a little bit. Hey, just getting on. Thanks for always updating. You're very welcome, Adam Simmons. 6Z HR went crazy with the Southern Vermont snow. We can look at that. I mean, I think there's going to be some pretty good banding associated with that, so it's not surprising necessarily. Just getting on though, Adam. What were you doing before? Were you getting up early? I don't know. That's too big. Don't do that. Don't ask. Don't ask question. Question. I'm gonna take a guess, but you're either in college or like hanging out with your friends potentially. I think NC player Matt Meyer, you two are a perfect match for each other in this game. Just a late night out there. Mm, um, uh, let's see. This is where I debate things. I don't know if I want to go that far. Yeah, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. Okay. It's definitely being accused of being a Russian. He was not. I'm almost certain he was joking around. Google AI, good. I haven't used it much yet. Um, Actually, why am I saving this? It's not done yet. Yes, the weather next to, but you have to like apply for it from Google, and then you have to like code it yourself. So, but it's apparently it's very good. Not apparently, it's had success. It's had very good success. Yeah, yeah, it's very good for. It's just it's not as available. It's not as user available to. I don't know how to respond to the last part, NC player, but it'd be easier if we were having a conversation in person. But all right, we're gonna leave it there for now. How about this weather though? What weather? The snow this weekend? Yeah, I mean, once you get the once you have access to it, you just gotta code it. That's it. Um, and I mean, now with AI and stuff, I think you can do that pretty quickly now. Again, if you're in here, you don't mind hitting the like. It does help a lot. Consider subscribing. Consider being a channel member if you like as well, not necessary. And then you can also there are also super chats available, but not necessary by any means whatsoever. Make sure I get the dates right on that. Yes. Okay. I'm sure. Okay. Okay. Oh, John just keeps hitting for some reason. Snap your fingers. Do it all. Let's see, what were the thumbnails last year? Yep, I remember that one. January 19th, 20th. This one we forecasted well as well. Now, the specifics of the snow map weren't great. The specifics of the snow map weren't perfect there, I'm not going to lie. But it wasn't terrible. It wasn't terrible at all. I think it was probably like a B or something on the snow map, or B or B minus. And for me, I'm trying to get B plus A minus every time, at least with the snow map. That's my goal. That was the snow map, and it ended up being more like 4 to 8, 5 to 8 versus 6 to 12. But we had the right idea. We were on it. We were on it before almost everybody. I was confident that we would get it. You think NYC can get 5 inches? That's a very specific question. I guess in theory, but I wouldn't explicitly. And again, anybody asks me snowfall totals, I'm going to combine both, even though I'm doing forecasting. That was the only decent snow. Yeah. Maybe for you, but I know there was we had one in April. We had a couple in February. We had a couple in February. At least in Massachusetts. Maybe it wasn't quite the same in other places in Connecticut. How does 6Z NAM look? We will look at that after I post here. I guess we can look at it now. It doesn't really matter. Man, it's going to be so freaking cold tonight. I left the window open in my room by a crack. I wonder how my room gets hot, so I wonder. I already know you're going to be a troublemaker NC player. Not in a bad way, just. I mean, I don't love. I mean, I like what happens up. I like what happens higher here, so I like what happens from behind, like more behind the system a little bit more here. I like what we're doing back here a little bit more, but again, it's the long range NAM here, so you got to be a little bit careful. But I like the tilt of everything, especially especially back here. I like this. What's going on back here? So I think I think that could help this run a little bit, but we'll see. Reminder: if you look in the community tab, the posts we do frequent lots of analysis posts and thoughts in there, and too. Sometimes some model posts, sometimes etc. Weather model posts only, not the other kind. Um, but we focus some posts in there, and a lot of times I'm just posting what I do here into X as well. So keep that in mind, just because I can't individually make up some changes in posts. And then also go into the Shorts tab. You know, you can kind of see a lot of Tatum. I said he knows his name. So that is my puppy. Oh man, I gotta bring it up again. Come on. 19 here, 42 last night. I do snow removal. Didn't make much last season. Well, maybe you'll get a better shot this season here. At least I think you will. I mean, to start here, you've had some plowable opportunities. I know that. Yes, is that is my golden retriever right there. You have a black lab? Nice. No, I know what you were saying, NC player earlier. I know what you're saying. Um, Snow threat map for Sunday, Monday. All right. We're getting pretty bold here at this point, but if we believe in a forecast, we gotta stick to it. And the NAM is just not picking up on the rest here. Certainly going to make some southeastern people happy on that run. Not sure how accurate that is though. I appreciate it. I'm already getting a love you, bro, on the first on the first night of implement. So thanks for putting up. Yeah, you're a lot to deal with. I'm not gonna lie. No, I hope I made you laugh at least once. I'll try to be better. Oh no, don't. Just new interactions with people. Just play nice to start is what I recommend, and then you can ease your way into it. I wouldn't worry. It seems like you have decent intentions. Um, at least I think so. I don't know you really at all, but I appreciate you tuning in here tonight. Whoa, Patrick Greeny, thank you so much again, my man. You're awesome. You love the doggies too, NC player. I appreciate it. That's awesome. That's awesome, Patrick Greeny. Can we get some W's in the chat for Patrick, our man Patrick here? That's the second time he's done that before. That's a lot of money that cost right there. What he just did. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you so much, Patrick. I really appreciate it. That's very awesome. I have to preface so much on here because otherwise so many people are just gonna go bat crazy, troll, and etc. And I don't. If I do this now, then I don't have to deal with the comments after. So that's what I have to do. Okay. All right. Let's make sure there's no errors on that. Yeah, 118, 119. All right. There goes nothing. post it? Why is my account not allowed to post that? Still seeing the 21st? Yes. And I'd refine that within the 23rd to 27th even. I have a heart of gold. I'm sure that I'm sure you do. There we go. Promise. I rescued a lab mix. His name is Tucker. That's awesome. You have a doggy as well. Very nice. I like to see that. Yes, very W man's indeed, Joe Wetter. All right, let's check out our NAM here. Thank you, Patrick. No, I didn't get one. Yeah, I know. I don't know how that works, but people that did get them are lucky. But I know that is better. I know that. I mean, the height lines are higher out ahead, but I want that dig. And you can see the NAM, compare that to last run. Look at the difference. Look at that jump, run to run. You see that? And it's still, look at this. It's holding on to all of this back here still. Once it lets go of this, like the rest of the guidance is showing, this will go back into here. You get this to show more, I think. And even then, this is still a coastal scraper here. You see? It has the right idea initially. And then kind of lets it go. That's what we like to see there. All right, let's look at this HRR for Saturday. Even though it's a long range, I don't love doing this, but well, how does this compare? You know. The only thing that I question for with Saturday, if we, actually is what I question about really, like this is why I doubt anything more than like 3 to 6 ish, to be honest, across unless you're in like in Maine, maybe then you can get a little bit more. Is I'm just not sure how much energy is going to be able to form along there versus the tail end of the trough. yeah, that's a lot of snow. But here, one thing that could work in our favor is the amount of overrunning snow that is able to happen as a result, and that is, yeah, that it does dump on southern Vermont. I don't know about that. That might be a stretch there. All right, maybe we could have maybe southern Vermont specifically. We could have said. I don't feel so smart saying that now after what I just said, but I guess when you really have that amount of elevation, and if you overrun precip long enough, then it's certainly possible. But I mean, those are some like very high totals, and some of those runs, that's like a foot and a half of snow. It's saying that would certainly be a snowstorm there. So I got to keep an eye on that for my snow map tomorrow night. Well, I guess some of that is tonight snow up there, so. I mean, it's almost 2 feet of snowfall that Nahum does on that run for southern Vermont there. Rough thoughts for New York City. I mean, I just rough thoughts is for Saturday. I think you can get you could maybe get a coating to an inch in the city, maybe if you're lucky, in New York City. But I favor I think I favor a little bit just to the north and west on Saturday for New York City, and to the northeast as well. Just basically to the north. Um, or it just might be like white rain, possibly as well. And then for Sunday, Monday, um, I think that I think again I can't make thoughts so much clearer. I favor favor snowstorm. I think uh, I think New York City might be in line here. A good example is, see, I'm not sure even that's far enough. We'll see as we get closer here. I think this helps provide some good perspective. And this, I'm not gonna lie, this gave me a big reason of confidence, tonight to see that. And again, models don't define my forecast, but they help support. And that's just the ensemble mean. And take a look at the AIGFS ensemble mean too. I mean, this has the potential to be a massive win for the AIGFS here, and it'd be something we would have to keep an eye on on similar events, very like significant digging southwest flow events. We would have to keep an eye on that. I mean, I guess this is really it's I guess you could technically say it's south, but it's a little bit more than that. I mean, it's riding up the coast. So there's a more southerly flow than just a not like necessarily just a true southwest flow. It's riding up the coast. can look at some of these ensemble members here. And this won't give us snow, but it will just, you know. I departed 26 years ago, Asta Luaga. I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense, NC player. And I'm not sure how much you're going to remember of tonight based on the chat messages, but I think you've gotten progressively more intoxicated throughout the course of the night here. Yeah, there's a lot of really nice looking runs there. That's for sure. That's just a P-type map. There's some legitimate. I mean, you can see though with the AIFS, there's a lot of notable hits there, and there's some ones, you know, kind of scraping offshore, and then there's some in between. What is going on with X right now? What is going on with internet, Wi-Fi, the connection, everything? The internet service has been the last couple days. There's been something going on here. I don't know what it is, but all right, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I just didn't click the new part of the edit post. Oh, why are we blaming India? Why are shots fired to India here? Okay. Well, this should have updated. There we go. And reminder too, when I say accumulating snow likely, I mean it very literally here. I mean like literally, uh, like you're like we're talking, at least like a quarter inch. That's what I'm talking. Like literally, that's accumulating snow that accumulated. I'm very literal with what I do here, what I say. It's part of my spectrum tendencies that I have. So I have a fair amount of traits. So yet to get an official diagnosis, but um, so just know that with what I do here. So yeah, so keep that in mind. I think the best accumulating snow, like some of these borderline areas here, like that forecast may be more like coating to 2 inches if you're lucky. Some of these places here. But I'm still sticking with it. Snow in Georgia, I think so. I think there's a chance there. I don't know where though. I really could not tell you. It's gonna be a nowcast thing. It's gonna be a big boomer bust. I couldn't tell you, or like maybe besides like the southeastern part of the state, the far southeastern part. I think a lot of it could be in play. I think you could get something on Saturday. I think you could get something. It's not. It may not be a lot. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, I like. I don't think the far southeastern part of the state is really in line here. I agree. X is tends to be pretty toxic. It's why I had to refine how I use it, and no guarantee I'm on there long term either. So uh, I would favor. Well, I'm not sure. I don't want to say the southeastern part of the state can't. The southeastern part of the state can. It may be more. It may be more frontal snow if you do. See, this is why I'm not like the freaking almost the whole state of Georgia could see snow. They could also not see snow. I seriously, and I don't say that just because, like to try to bail myself out. I literally don't know. I literally don't know. It's a really challenging forecast. Say I've been drinking. What the heck does India have to do with this? Give me what he's having. When will we get certain for a forecast? I don't know if you will. I don't know if you will. I mean, you'll get a better idea tomorrow night, I think. But I'm telling you, it's such a nowcast situation, and I'll explain why. And I'm not just going to tell you it's a tough forecast and not. I'll give you something. Um, is because you're going to have overrunning precip here, and it makes it really tricky. So you have this deep pull moisture from the Gulf and deep into the tropics here, and there's this trough that's digging down. This upper level energy, when it swings through, it's going to pull that into the system. And once those height lines start rising here, will allow more amplification. And when this happens, this creates precipitation. But notice the cold air is not locked in out in front here for this part of the country. It's not locked in. So, especially for some of these southeastern places here, you're going to really need a lot of precipitation to meet up eventually with the cold air. And this could really allow this to overperform places further northwest. Really, absolutely could. But if this comes together a little bit later, then certainly this might push a little bit further southeast, and then maybe it's the southeastern part of the state, central Georgia and southeastern part of the state that could be in line. So it's just until it pops up, until it happens a couple days from now, we're just not going to know. And it's going to be a late forecast until we figure that out. So hopefully that helps provide a little bit of perspective there. Again, if you don't mind hitting the like, it is very much helpful. You can also consider subscribing. You can join the channel. You can gift memberships, as you can see, for people to join the channel as well. All are, not necessary, but they're all appreciated if you do feel the need to do so. Makes sense. I hope it turns out big down here. There's a chance. There's a chance. I mean, I know what your big standards here are down there. They're not much. They're probably like a couple inches or so. But, I could see anywhere from no snow to like 2 to 4 inches in like Georgia. Or I guess in theory you could get more even. But, there's a pretty wide variety of possibilities. And, I don't necessarily agree with what the NAM does up the East Coast, but it kind of provides some perspective here of you get a lot of overrunning precip, and then right on the other side, there could be a lot of snow. It could be several hours, and it's going to be moderate to heavy banding too, for who does see snow. So keep that in mind. And I'm sure people would be losing their minds. I just don't agree. I don't agree that we do that and then not write up. So that's my dispute with the NAM. But you see there, it's a narrow corridor of snowfall, regardless, likely. So we're going to be a pretty narrow corridor. But whoever gets it, it could be 1 to 3, 2 to 5 inches maybe. And then we'll see how far southwest this extends as well. Can some of this get into Alabama? Can we get some snow, down into the Florida Gulf Coast here? Can we extend it back? How far can we? That will be, and there could be some backside flakes and some flurries maybe. We won't know until it happens, unfortunately. That will be a nowcast. And we can look at ratios to see here, but I'm assuming they're 10 to 1. No, they're a little bit less, and that's expected. Do you think it will continue to trend northwest as well? I would lean there, just with the overrunning precip in this. It's going to be... but you do have collapsing cold air from the backside. So you do have a chance further southeast for this to push. So the more precipitation you can get, at least that's a longer duration. You're at least giving yourself more time to potentially get into the snow. If you're further southeast, I don't know where you live specifically. And that still doesn't change anything of what I said though, so I don't feel like you have to say it. But if you do, then yeah, feel free to. But my point is that just that this could certainly trend more. I'm guessing you're living. I think Joe, you're near Atlanta. I think I remember you. I think I've seen you in some of my stuff before, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, um, but yes, this could absolutely. I'm not sure how much, but absolutely could. It's possible. Teresa Cunningham, welcome. I'm in Horrell Hill, South Carolina. I have no idea where Horrell Hill, South Carolina is. I'm not gonna lie. Or Harrell Hill. I could be saying that. It's either Harrell or Horrell. Okay, here. Let's see. Central South Carolina. I'm get is if I had to take a guess, but I'll check that with you tomorrow. Less. I appreciate it, NC player. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one. And yeah, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I would. It's possible. You actually, Central South Carolina could be in a decent spot. Actually, it could be. It could be. I would still maybe. I would. Hmm. I would maybe still favor just a little bit to your northwest, but let's see. It's a tough forecast for the southeast here. I don't envy it. I don't envy it at all. I don't blame any of the southeast people forecasting this. And now some people just have more experience down there. I don't have enough experience to know what happens in the southeast for these events because and it's not necessarily I'm not speaking from an age perspective. I'm speaking of I don't live there. I've never lived down there. I've been to the south and southeast many times before, but I don't know forecasting 101 down there, so to say. But I do know forecasting pretty well in this meteorology and the specifics and how it relates to mid Atlantic and Northeast, especially. Um, and that I do, and I can connect the dots a little bit, and I can tell you what can lead to what. So again, very boomer bust. I wouldn't be shocked if you have no snow. I wouldn't be shocked if you ended up with 3 to 6 inches. I really there's a pretty solid range of possibilities that could come from this. So, um, and man, it's going to be a tight gradient. There's going to be a narrow corridor, and there's going to be a tight gradient. Yeah, yeah, you're welcome. I'm trying here. I'm trying here. Between Gerald and Mitch, I have a lot of southeast U.S. people now that I have to take care of. So I try to do my best to give what insight I can for those living down there. All right, let's awesome. Yeah, it's a tough forecast, but all right, this is kind of my thoughts here, right? I'm going to remain with this. Again, this is just the main forecast. It's a large area, to be fair. It's not a small area, but um, maybe we'll expand a little bit But for now, these are where we keep the snowfall maps. And this is just my general idea. This is for Friday, Saturday, where I think what I think might happen, and then this is for Sunday, Monday. So it's a two-part system. Remember, it's part one here on Saturday, Friday night, Saturday, into early Sunday morning, and there's part two Sunday into Sunday into Monday here. Snow game is possible in Foxborough for those that have interests. So keep an eye on that. If you're either going to the game, have betting interests or whatever, keep that in mind. That good chance for a snow game. All right, I appreciate everybody tuning in. I have to get some sleep at this point. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours, I think, so it's been a long time. So I appreciate everybody tuning in, and